That's without prejudice, of course, to the democratic right to object to the plan and to have those objections heard. And that's understood. It's our responsibility as professionals on this side of the room to discharge our professional obligations and responsibilities as best we can, having regard to the duty which we owe you as the inspector sitting here and having to listen to the evidence. Statements of common ground, as you said earlier, are useful means of identifying issues of both commonality and difference between the parties so that you're able to focus on those issues. Not only that, that clarity is also of assistance to those who object because it identifies clearly what the issues are, focus on those principal issues as well. There's nothing improper in discharging this as an administrative task in the context of this examination. And we are here to assist the examination, and that is all we are doing, entirely without prejudice to the rights of objectors, individuals, groups, to voice their views, and to reiterate the views of members who rejected the plan. And I can say no more than that at this stage.
Okay, thank you for that. I hope that's a help to everybody in the room. The first bit, I'm assured, has been recorded, so welcome everybody who's joining the live stream, but the first 20 or so minutes you'll have to go back to the recording for that bit. Thank you. I will give an opportunity to the council and to the joint land promoters here this morning. I summarised at the start of today, having read that statement of common ground, that I saw it kind of reaffirming or confirming what I understood to be the kind of differences between the two parties at the start of this examination and as a consequence of the Regulation 19 process. And in short, nothing has changed in terms of those residual differences, whilst there's obviously content there that's helpful in terms of potential delivery of the site, in terms of these residual soundness issues that are before me that have been presented by Mr. Morton and Ms. Hampson. Those remain to be discussed today. The Statement of Common Ground hasn't wiped those away. Yep. I'm getting nods. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to reflect on some of that, but I'm going to move on and discuss the items that are on my agenda. So if people turn, I've divided the day into three parts. Part A, I'm going to go through how Fellgate was identified, impact on the Greenbelt. There is going to be some overlap between discussion that we had last week and probably under Matters 3 last Wednesday and Matter 4 in particular to the Greenbelt, but I'm going to sort of drill in a bit more in relation to the specifics at Fellgate. Obviously it would, as the plan submitted, require an alteration to the Greenbelt boundary at this location. And I'd like to invite the council in the first instance, it's in response to my mass issues questions 5.1 and 5.2, what the evidence the council has says in relation to the impacts on the Greenbelt and the potential scope to kind of compensate for that through the local plan, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the site was assessed through the Greenbelt study, GRB1, and it was assessed under Parcel FE2. The document provides a summary of the Greenbelt assessment for that site and identifies the site of having a moderate harm against purposes 1 to 3 and low or no harm against purpose 4. Appendix C of the Greenbelt study provides a bit more detail in terms of how the parcel was assessed and how the parcel performs against each of the purposes. It also provides a menu of options for enhancements for the Greenbelt and the surrounding area of each site. The Council considers that this has been incorporated into policy SP8 in the following criteria, which is criterion 5, 6 to 8, and also within the supporting text in paragraph 5.24. The allocation is also supported by Inset Map 9, which identifies an area, an indicative area to the east and south of the allocation, which is identified for greenbelt compensatory measures and green infrastructure improvements to the greenbelt. Section 4 of the Fellgate Sustainable Growth Area Site Capacities Opportunities paper also sets out the relationship of the site allocation and the adjacent greenbelt and outlines opportunities to offer off-site compensatory improvements within that wider greenbelt area identified in Inset Map 9.
Thank you for that. And I think at previous sessions there's been reference to other parcels that were looked at in the wider Fellgate area. So there's reference to parcels, I think, really of relevance for this session, FE1 through to FE4. But just for clarification, it's only parcel FE2 from the Greenbelt Review that relates to the proposed growth area within the plan.
That's correct. So parcel FE2 relates to the area where we expect development to come forward within the Fellgate Sustainable Growth Area.
Thank you. And in terms of the origins of FE2 and whether it was kind of a logical, kind of reasonable kind of area to look at, and this kind of goes back to I had a bit of a discussion, or quite a bit of a discussion last Thursday about how areas are kind of parcelled up for Greenbelt review assessment. Does that area neatly relate to and reflect land parcels that were put forward as part of the strategic housing land availability assessment process, or is there does it kind of cut across some of the parcels? How can you recall, Mrs. Lamb, how that area was identified and drawn up for assessment through the Greenbelt Review?
Okay, so the parcel of land FE2 as it is in the Greenbelt study and as shown in the allocation is informed by the Greenbelt study that was undertaken in 2023. So as sort of discussed last week in Mat 4, the parcels were were generally sort of formulated on recognisable and permanent features where possible, but that also takes into account other wider factors in terms of Greenbelt judgments, and that is set out in a bit more detail in the Council response to MIQ 4.7. I think Appendix C of the Greenbelt study in relating to SP8 is quite transparent in terms of acknowledging the boundaries of Parcel FE2, and I'd sort of just bring attention to sort of the last bullet point of that, which states that the southwestern, southern and eastern outer boundaries of the site are relatively weak, being comprised of minor water courses, field boundaries and farm tracks, which offer little in the way of visual screening. However, the southern edge of Parcel FE2 marks the reasonable point against which urbanising influence of the existing urban area is less notable in terms of the distance and containment of existing built environment development. So basically this is the point where the land parcel becomes more open and starts to play a greater role with regards to the wider purposes of the green belt. The parcels further south of FE2, so in particular FE3 and FE4, have been identified in the green belt study as being high and very high harm, so that sort of helps identify that there is a change in terms of the harm within this area of the wider parcel. Development beyond that point is also considered to have more of an impact on the adjacent greenbelt land, the urbanising of the remaining open land up to Newcastle Road, and increasing containment of remaining more sensitive greenbelt areas to the west and southwest of the site. I think that is sort of acknowledged and set out within the policy itself, where there is quite an emphasis on creating new greenbelt boundaries, and also again within the supporting text of the policy as well.
Thank you. So just for my note, Mrs. Lamb, you referred to Appendix C. Of which document again was that from?
That's the greenbelt study.
Thank you. And then before I bring in others, just with the council again, in terms of the outputs of the Greenbelt review, and we discussed this, I think, with Mr. Allen from LUC last week. The review itself has then, when it's looking at Greenbelt review or Greenbelt alterations in terms of the wider parcels, has then gone to look at the more sort of the individual sites presented through the strategic housing land availability assessment within that parcel. When I look at the Greenbelt review document, I think my note was figure 4.5 on page 64, where we start to and accompanying table 4.3. When you start to get into some of the particular individual blocks of land within FE2, whilst I appreciate at a high level, it's identifying moderate harm against a number of the Greenbelt purposes. When you drill down more specifically, actually a number of the parcels within FE2, I think Mr. Allen alluded to, actually it's no more than moderate, and in a number of cases it becomes low or no harm. I don't know if the council wants to say anything further to my sort of summary in terms of what should be kind of drawn from that conclusion that should be drawn from that evidence.
I think obviously it shows that the parcel of land obviously does have a low to moderate ratings overall in terms of overall greenbelt harm, and that the allocation itself therefore does seek to provide development in areas where there is a reduced impact on the wider greenbelt. If there's any further information that's required, we can obviously contact Mr. Allen for further details.
Thank you for that. If I can bring in other people, please, on this point. So in terms of harm, the greenbelt harm of releasing this site, and I do want to bring people in. It's the proposed site. It's assessed broadly as Parcel FE2. So that's the area we're looking at. And it said in terms of greenbelt purposes, in terms of checking urban sprawl, moderate harm overall, preventing neighbouring towns merging, moderate harm, and for safeguarding the countryside, moderate harm. I think I'd be interested to hear from Mr. Green and for others whether that's kind of reasonable kind of conclusions to draw, whether the harm should be considered to be higher.
Yeah, in my opinion, the parcels of land, I know this was questioned last week. First of all, if you go to page 65 of the Greenbelt study, you'll find that FE2 is moderate, but all around it is high and very high. And I'm just picturing, I know this was questioned last week, how you work out the parcels, because if you get a hair in parcel FE3 or FE4, does the hair then decide, well, when I go down to FE2, that there's less harm? It's not. I think the whole package, the Fellgate Greenbelt should be deemed as one package, and it should be high or very high, because it's an abundance of wildlife, and it's a question about where the wildlife studies, where they are, have they been fully done? If you also go on to page 63, you have the map, again, which is, if you look at the Felgate Greenbelt, you've got FE1, FE2, which, FE2 is going to be taken away. Then you've got FE3 and 4, which is right next to it. And then where the IAM is, you've got very high. Now, what's happening, and we did discuss this last week, it's squeezing the Greenbelt, and there's going to be nothing left of that Greenbelt if this development goes ahead. And the harm levels, it's a natural oasis it's a biodiverse natural habitat for lots of wildlife. And to parcel it up like that, you cannot say the wildlife's going to stay in parcel F3 where it'll be safe, but if it ventures in the F2 or F1, it'll not be safe. I think it should be put as the full package.
Thank you. Mr Alderslade next, please, and then Councillor Kilgour.
Thank you. As mentioned before, I'm the tenant farmer on there, and it just seems to me very strange that this area had previously all been high value to the Greenbelt, and it seems to me that it's been devalued after the developers have come forward wanting to build on it, and the councils decided that they need the area for houses. It just seems very strange to me that it's been devalued just at this time, and it always has been high value Greenbelt.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgour next, please.
Thank you, sir. I think it's a shame that Mr Allen isn't here today to further emphasise the harm that is due to be caused should that parcel be developed. He was very clear around the openness of the site, and I would dispute that further into the site it is open. It is open from the outset of the site, which is on the perimeter of Durham Drive, where the suds are. So for many, many reasons that we're going to come on to, and those particularly identified in the Kavanagh report that was around in 2016 and 19, and another Kavanagh report that was produced later on, I think in 2019, used by the local authority. You know, the booklet that I've got that I live by states very clearly that it has high impact on you know, that local area, but it would bring in, and I don't want to be premature, sir, in bringing in all of those reasons that it would be, but I think collectively that area is probably the most harmful. It starts the breach into the green belt, whereby the enjoyment and the benefits from that actually begin. And I think, you know, we can argue that the LUC report actually favours no development on Fellgate by way of its biodiversity demand and by way of expressing the openness. I think it was 4.15 or something like that. I can't remember, sir. I have got it written down, whereby it further went on to emphasise the impact and the harm around that specific area with regards to access, ingress, egress. There are a myriad of things that I'm hoping we will cover in detail later on, but I don't believe for one moment that commencing a breach into the green belt at FE2 is acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr Green again?
Yeah, again, just very quickly, if you go to page 276 of the report, it actually states that the Fellgate estates north of the site are clearly visible and have an urbanising influence, but there's a strong relationship with the wider countryside. You know, so the relationship is there. And if you go to page 277, the function, again, it's that's purpose 3. The site is part of the countryside and so contributes to preventing encroachment on it. I believe there should not be any encroachment on it, and that's why we want the whole site withdrawn from the local plan. But I have a concern as well. Over the road from the parcels, there's a mining. There's open mining, and it's been there for, and the council will probably be able to help us here. I think it's well over a decade, you know. Now, with Fellgate, I believe that it sits on the shale as well, and we're seriously concerned that once they start developing on it, that will turn into a mining site. That's what serious concerns. Now, not only will you have the build later on, you'll have mining beforehand, and what does that say about the status of the physical and mental health and well-being of those on the estate when you've got so much noise pollution? You'll have light pollution, you'll have vibrations, you'll have, well, picture a building site which is about 50 metres from the current residents who are really young families now. You do have a lot of young families. Well, we're an older generation. I mean, I'm one of the younger ones, actually. But you've got, you know, residents of the estate passing away and young families, because it is affordable housing on there. Young families have moved onto the estate, and this will have a massive effect on the physical and mental health and well-being of these children. And I believe that you'll be bringing Kate Osborne's, letters in later on, but she did say that our area has the highest lung function difficulties nationally, locally and nationally. Now, whether that's not a result of what's going on around Fellgate, if anybody knows the estate, there's a lot of dust and everything at the moment, and you've got, an estate which is being built over the road, which is having an effect on the massive area in relation to traffic and everything, but we will get onto that later on. But that's my main concern, that it'll become a mining extraction site as well.
So just so I'm clear from Mr. Green and from others, I think the way I'm sort of reading your representations and what you're saying to me is the wider Fellgate area. I'm talking about the area that's bounded by the A194, the A184, and going across to the A19 should be looked at as a whole, and the assessment shouldn't arrive at a view that it's a moderate, which I think is the council's evidence of the highest degree of harm. They're saying it's either high or very high against the various kind of purposes of the green belt. When I'm looking at kind of issues of openness, as I said to people at previous sessions, I've been to the area. I've been to Durham Drive. I've been to I'm going to call it the old highway, as it goes down to kind of West Felgate Farm, that kind of runs from the Mill Lane roundabout, so you can look across from there. Been to the kind of I think that there's one lay-by, but there's also the kind of the road that goes down to Laverick Hall, so you can kind of turn off the A184 and look across. Are people satisfied that those particular perspectives would give me a sort of a reasonable kind of perspective and understanding of the wider site, and how, when I'm looking at things like openness and factors like that? Mr. Green, and then
yeah, I'll just come back on that. You'll have seen the new estate which is cropped up over the road from Fellgate. The severe difficulties getting onto the main. Is that
Mill Lane?
It's Mountain Gardens, yeah. What it's got as the exit point would be onto Mill Lane, which is, we'll look at this later on, but the statistics for that road is overwhelming, and they're having difficulties getting out onto the main road now.
We'll pick up. I'm just thinking, when I want to look at the site, I can't go on private land, but I can, from public vantage points, I've referred to kind of got 4 there. When I want to understand kind of openness, am I going to see enough from those particular perspectives to kind of help my judgment? Councillor Kilgour.
Thanks, sir. I think there's another aspect as well, which is from Cedar Drive and from Fieldway. So that is another aspect, and we have residents from Cedar Drive and Lavender Grove on the Headworth estate who have made representation too. So the view and the openness is throughout. It is on every, every angle of that surrounding perimeter. Thank you.
Thank you. I've made a note of that location. Thank you. Mr. Morton, please.
Thank you, sir. Just to come back on and respond to a few of the points made there. So you'll be aware we've got ecology later on in the agenda. Green belt's a spatial matter. Ecology isn't of relevance to that directly. Various points made on the level of harm, but the evidence before this examination is the Green Belt Review and moderate harm. And I think you referred to, sir, table 4.3, which shows that quite a few parcels within FE2 are low to no, but I think the LUC methodology is to pick up the highest harm and then apply that to the parcel. But just to underline that some of the parcels within FE2 are low to no harm. And then just on Mr. Green's point about mining, and you said that was one of your main concerns, just to allay that from my client's point of view, there's absolutely no intention to mine that site. The proposal is as per the local plan.
Thank you. Whilst you've got the microphone, Mr. Morton, I mean, obviously the Green Belt Review where I started from was identify parcel FE2. I'm trying to recall and recollect a lot of material that's in front of me, but do you understand how FE2 has been arrived at, and do you have agreement with that process, or should the Greenbelt review have been undertaken differently?
No, sir, we're generally satisfied with it. Just tracing things back, in terms of my client's land, we submitted the land that was available to the SHLA process. We understand that the council have undertaken a Greenbelt review. We understand the conclusions of it that are before us, and we accept that the land that's proposed for housing allocation, based upon that evidence, is the land that has the least harm to the Greenbelt. So there's no particular objection to the boundary of FE2 and SP8 from my client's perspective.
Thank you. And before I just get on to sort of boundaries, the sort of second part of this sort of first item was around compensatory improvements. I think, Mrs. Lamb, you referred me to kind of the various parts of policy SP8 that the council considers reflects what's in the Greenbelt review evidence. And I see from paragraphs 5.7 and 5.8 of the council's Matter 5 statement, where that kind of flows through in terms of that evidence into the policy. Can I just understand, it was something that was raised last week, and just clarify, are there any existing public rights of way on this site? Mr. Green.
Well, yeah, it just goes on to one of the questions you had. I believe it was 5.9 in relation to the Junction. If I'm mistaken, it's somewhere in this paperwork. And believed in relation to the footpath which is over the road. The bridle path, there's a bridle path that runs up parallel to the fields. And residents have used it. We've got photographs of using it even before the 1970s. It's been a bridleway which has been used by members of the public for the past 50 years. And up until June the 14th, everything was fine. And then pressure was put on, you know, for Mr. Alderslade to fence it off on the instruction of the land agents. Residents, as you can imagine, you've walked this path for 50 plus years, were irate, and my wife and I actually visited Durham Cathedral and spoke to, you know, part of the team there, and they did say that they would raise it with Laverick. Whether or not they did or not, we don't know. But if the path's been walked for 50 years, I believe that it is a public right-of-way, and, you know, we will be...
So help me, Mr. Green, get my bearings. Where exactly are you referring to?
Right, what you've got is, if you came down Durham Drive, that's as a result of the path being fenced off, horses then had to go down there. Past Durham Drive, you've got, before the fields in between, you've got a gravel path which runs all the way from Peterborough Way. I've got a map somewhere. Yeah, it's Peterborough. It runs right from the bottom of Durham Drive all the way up to the A194, and that's the bone of contention at the moment, because we see it as being a public bridleway.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgore, next please.
Yes, sir, thank you. I know that you reminded us very clearly at the outset that this was regarding Parcel FE2 only, but we can't ignore, in light of Mr Morton's statements there, that the documentation that has been submitted from Savills refers to 3,000 homes. So whilst there is an acknowledgement of the high or very high as the parcel develops, equally we believe that there should be a recognition that the parcel in itself is high or very high, as we've stated. And with regards to the bridle path as well, we have had a look at, we've had a formal inspection of that area as bridle path, and there is plans in the immediate future to claim that formally. We do understand that there are other pathways that are designated on the maps. They've never been formally claimed, and we're in the process of looking at that too. Thank you.
Mr. Alderslade, and then I'll come to Mr. Morton.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to disagree with Mr. Green, Councillor Kilgour, because as being the tenant farmer on there, I can categorically say that there's never been a bridleway or a public footpath. And it has always been fenced off, except where the fences have been taken away by various persons unknown. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, please.
I think Mr. Alderslade's just beating me to it. My understanding, according to the definitive map, is there are no public rights-of-way on the site. It's private land that's owned by Durham Cathedral. Mr. Alderslade has made efforts to secure the land in line with his tenancy. Mrs. Kilgour has mentioned a claim. At the moment, you know, that's a suggestion. There is no claim submitted. There's a process to go through, but as things stand today, there are no public rights-of-way on the site, and it's private land. Any access to the land is at the request of Mr. Alderslade. I'll leave it at that, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Green, and then Councillor Kilgour, and then likely to move on from this point.
I have come across the map now, and it clearly shows, I mean, this is an ordnance survey map, it's got the dotted line up the path, and we'll have actually met with the environmental officer, and I'll be meeting with her again tomorrow, and we'll be putting all paperwork forward for the claim that bridleway as a public right-of-way.
So just very quickly, just to come back to Mr. Morton, the land does not have to be in public ownership in order for it to be determined a public right-of-way or indeed a bridle path. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to briefly explore that because it had been raised last week, and I want to understand that in the context of then we're looking at compensatory kind of improvements, because one of those is around, you know, potential ability to kind of deliver biodiversity improvements, which we'll come on to later, but also in terms of whether there's benefits in terms of improved public access connections. I just wanted to look at the policy itself, as say Mrs. Lamb has referred us to the relevant parts that the council considers would secure compensatory improvements, and then I think Mrs. Lamb also referred to inset map 9, which shows indicative areas. Could I just confirm with Mr. Morton and Miss Hampson that the areas that are shown on map 9 are under the control of those who are going to be, at least in the first stages, responsible for delivering site FE2, i.e. there's a reasonable prospect of these compensatory improvements being secured if that area remains greenbelt land?
So yes, that's the case. I think from memory it was Appendix 2 of the Statement of Common Ground set out the land ownership position. But yes, the land to the south of SP8 is in the same ownership, Laverick Farm Limited and Durham Cathedral, and the church commissioners, and that land is available. So just to go back to the public rights of way point, obviously as part of development, the proposal is to include new public rights of way, cycleways through the site to connect into existing connections. So at the moment, our position is the land is in private ownership, but through development, public access to the site and the wider area would be created.
Thank you. Is there anything further, Ms Hampson, you want to add from Church Commissioners? No. Mr McBride next, please.
Morning, sir. Reference the farm track. Excuse me. Mr Morton and Mr Alderslade are correct. From information from a farmhand who worked on the land in the 1950s, that was a farm track. Always was a farm track. And it carried on through, down to a bridge that went over a water course at the, what's it called now, sorry, where the new basin number 1 is. So that was a farm track. It carried on through, over the water course at basin number 2 and down, so the vehicles, farm vehicles, could use that land. That water course, where the bridge was at basin number 2, was buried, was put into a pipe and buried, which went across the estate during the building in the 1970s, across the estate from the basin number 2, right away across to Wellway. So they're quite right in what they're saying. That was a farm track.
Thank you. If I come back to Mr Green on this kind of, I'm sort of still on the issue of sort of wider compensatory improvements. Can I understand it from your group and your perspective, Mr Green, that any compensation, any improvements in terms of public access, green spaces, etc., can't offset or is not able to offset the harm you think would arise from development on the FE2 parcels? If there was wider public access elsewhere, that wouldn't be sufficient.
It's Parcel FE2. It won't stop at Parcel FE2. Again, we discussed this last week. It is circa for 3,000 homes, so it will spread into the alternate ones. Compensatory measures for the Fellgate green belts. You've seen it. Any local people will have seen it. I don't think it could ever replace the Fellgate green belt.
Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. I've managed to print off the map that relates to the scoping opinion, but it is very useful for this purpose. It looks at potentially punching through from FE2 onto Durham Drive, which then creates further concern around the safety of residents and the area within that arena. But it also further, it's not just in this paperwork, it's in previous paperwork as well, where the developer would look to extend the element of green belt and create an open area before the next parcel, if you like. Effectively, the enjoyment of the green belt that our community have enjoyed for so very long will only now or then, as we hope not, be enjoyed by 1,200 homes or those on the frontages, which are the larger, more less dense properties. So it's simply moving the enjoyment from our residents into a further parcel onto the site. And that is not acceptable. So with regards to biodiversity, I absolutely don't think that it can be replaced on site. I don't think that the residents that are going to be impacted in that vicinity will ever see the light of day with regards to any development of a positive nature. Yes, there is identified a footpath through Fellgate Estate. It relates to other mechanisms that they would look to put in place, but essentially it would be even further intrusive onto the Fellgate Estate. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate another document is being referred to. Perhaps it's helpful to the examination. I mean, what I have in front of me is document HOU1, which is the kind of the Fellgate I think they call it capacity and opportunities paper or something of similar. Apologies if I'm not quite there. So I'm keen to obviously focus on what's in front of me as part of the examination, but I think I've recognised some synergies with what you're referring to there, Councillor Kilgour. I'm going to move on from compensatory improvements. I'll give, unless anything the Council wishes to clarify or anything further from what's been said. And then just finally, under my item 2 on the agenda is around ultimately sort of proposed boundaries. Were the plan to be found sound in terms of the extent of the proposed alteration, and then what would remain within the green belt? Obviously, I've got in mind National Planning Policy Framework at paragraph 143, and its criterion F saying about defining boundaries using clearly using physical features. I think you referenced, Mrs. Lamb, in part of looking at Parcel FE2. There are some boundaries, but perhaps in parts of the site things are weaker. Is what's proposed through Parcel FE2 justified in terms of the boundaries, in terms of the extent it can use existing boundaries, together with what the council or the plan sees as opportunities to either strengthen or establish new boundaries that would demarcate development and greenbelt?
Yes, I think we are confident that the boundaries in Parcel FE2 are justified at this point, obviously using the Greenbelt study as justification for that. You are right to sort of point to document the capacity and opportunities paper, and as sort of referenced before, particularly section 4.3, which sets out the relationship with the adjacent Greenbelt. So that recognises that for any scheme on this site, the key consideration will be the relationship with the adjacent Greenbelt land. It suggests some measures which could help sort of reflect the relationship between the built development and the Greenbelt area, including that it could potentially be suitable for lower density housing with generous front gardens, street tree planting, which would front onto the Greenbelt area. Also the use of trees and vegetation planting to reduce visual impacts and help create a more defensible boundary along that edge. And also sort of ensuring that there is access to the natural greenbelt green space as well, and provide opportunities such as play parks and in the green belt adjacent to the site where it would be a compatible use.
Thank you. And I see in policy SP8 under 5, Part 5, Criterion 4, protect and strengthen the remaining greenbelt by creating new defensible greenbelt boundaries. Is that one of sort of the key parts of the policy, Mrs. Lamb, that I need to have in mind?
Yes, I think that is very much reflective of the evidence that is set out in the Greenbelt study, that there would be a requirement to produce those new defensible boundaries on that site, where at present it is slightly weaker and it probably is a little bit harder to distinguish that.
Thank you. Are there alternative views on the precise boundaries of the site and the approach the council has taken? Mr. Green first, please.
Yeah, it's just basically the plan going ahead would be for, I'll just try and do it like this. You've got the current semi-detached houses here, and you've got the high-density houses going there. Where's the yeah. You know, and you've got a shopping area going, you know, very close to Durham Drive. So the residents, you know, who are currently in the semis are going to have the townhouses, so that they'll have nothing. You know, yeah, they might have to walk through to the middle of the estate where the more expensive houses are, but there'll be nothing there, purely townhouses. And I think that'll have a severe effect on, again, the mental health and well-being of everyone concerned.
Thank you. Mr. Shearer, next, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm obviously speaking as I'm nowhere near up to speed with the detail of this, but I feel as though I'm speaking for residents that are interested, worried, concerned, but aren't actually privy to the detail of all of this. And from what I can see, it's compensatory improvements that most people would be worried about, and they should obviously be taken in the area concerned, not anywhere else in the borough. And from what I've read, the expected harms should be surely quantified before anything goes ahead, and not just limited to biodiversity gains, and include immediate landscaping improvements. I think it was mentioned briefly by Councillor Kilgour as well, that there's got to be a serious buffer zone between any development anywhere in the borough to actually try to protect existing residents' amenities, rather than just allowing developers to trumpet, oh, the wonderful amenity that their new development is going to give, whilst totally ignoring and indeed reducing the environment and amenity of everyone else. And again, from what I've read, little to no account is usually taken of that. And they also, developers appear to try to negotiate away any compensatory improvements during their negotiations with the council as far as possible, either on the basis of, well, it's not financially viable, or conditions have changed, or anything like that, to reduce the overall things that they have to do or promise to do. And then when it actually comes to doing it, they can very often leave the site before those compensatory agreed improvements are actually made. And that is basically to do with the lack of council ability to reinforce things. It's the enforcement that I see as a major problem. And again, that's probably due to the fact that we just don't have enough experienced planners able to follow through, because they're going to move on to the next job, as will developers. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer. If I can turn to others that, turn to the Mr. Morton or Ms. Hampson, just on the point of boundaries, defensible boundaries. I mean, other plan examinations, it's often pointed to me, greenbelt alterations should be adjusted or clipped to clearly identifiable kind of features on the ground. I think I heard earlier, Mr. Morton, it appears to be little dispute about how Parcel FE2 has been identified. If I was concerned about the defensible boundaries issue, is it a case of, well, that's a modest adjustment if there are bits that are more open than others, or if you want to move from this, you're going to have to go some way to the next kind of defensible boundary or identifiable boundary?
So from my client's perspective, as I said, we're generally fine with what the council have proposed. It's quite difficult to break it down into areas, but Mr. Alderslade will know that the majority of the southern boundary of FE2 is defined by a farm track and hedgerow, so that does follow a feature on the ground. I accept it's a little bit weaker over towards the Liam Lane roundabout area, but obviously that land needs to be included in the allocated area to deliver the access road, the primary access road. And as we've discussed, I think the policy itself is strong enough within its wording to secure new landscape boundary planting to establish a defensible greenbelt boundary where they are weaker on the site.
Thank you. And just going back slightly to the compensatory improvement point and picking up from Mr. Shearer's perspective, obviously the policy does seek to deliver a well-connected network of good quality green and blue infrastructure provision, including walking and cycling, and the plan identifies where that is. Would it be necessary for soundness to just have the caveat that those areas should be publicly accessible?
got no objection to that, sir.
I'm just mindful there are increasing numbers of applications where areas are put forward for a private and not necessarily adopted or taken by the borough or the local authority. And then this kind of perception arises where that area goes with that development and it's seen as part of their fiefdom, whereas if there was a caveat about making it clear it will be publicly accessible.
And that's the intention, and to promote inclusive communities would require public access to those areas. And that can be secured through the development management process, through Section 106 obligations, etc., which would deal with maintenance as well.
Thank you. Well, I'm not hearing from any necessary resistance where I minded to put publicly accessible in as a caveat or clarity within the policy. No.
That could be done, yes.
Mr. Green next, and then Councillor Kilgore.
Yeah, just very quickly, knowing the area as I do, I'd just like to correct Mr. Morton on the fact that there's currently crops growing in those fields. It's not just a gravel path and hedgerow. And you know, in a final statement on this, I'd say by creating the new healthy community, what they're on about, you'll totally decimate the existing community for decades to come, with building filth and pollution.
Councillor Kilgore, please.
So thank you. I would also dispute the wording around the primary exit or ingress. The fact that the plan demonstrates that where the shops, where the medical facilities, where the school is intended to be sited, that I would submit that is actually going to be the primary access. And furthermore to that, if we're looking at inclusivity, as Mr. Green has just referred to, how can it be inclusive when the higher density properties abut Durham Drive, not only higher density but also higher in height? That doesn't create an inclusive environment. And equally, I think we need to be really realistic around our existing residents accessing footpaths, cycleways, etc., within something that has already been shielded off and very clearly depicted as a very separate village in its own right. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come on to, I think, some of the issues that are raised there later on. I'm just mindful and just want to bring people back to what's in policy SP8, what's being sort of set out as a strategic policy, and we'll come on, I think, as part of the final part of today's discussion about how this then all fits with other things that the council wants is seeking to do through supplementary planning material as well. Before we take a mid-morning adjournment, I just want to briefly touch on item 3 of my agenda. I appreciate it was part of matter 3 when we looked at the spatial strategy, and I'd asked the council and others then about the principle of just a large single development, in this case principally for housing, being part of a sound approach. And I've raised my matters issues questions 5.3 and 5.4, just how putting sort of the Greenbelt issue to one side, just the origins of how this kind of option came forward, and when the council kind of first looked at it and assessed it. Mrs. Lamb, I think this has been something at Fellgate has been a kind of consistent from the regulation, at least the Regulation 18 plan back in June 2022. So this has been a consistent area that the council's been looking at, certainly for recent plan making.
Yes, that's correct. So the land site of Fellgate has been identified as a large greenbelt release since the Regulation 18/2022 document. But the consideration identification of the site sort of goes earlier than that in terms of the sustainability appraisal and the 2019 sustainability appraisal, which included an area of search in terms of identifying potential suitable areas within the borough as to where that could potentially go. Now, obviously, that option wasn't taken forward at that point, but that sort of laid the foundations in terms of the land south of Fellgate as being the area most suitable for that to happen within South Tyneside. I think sort of going back a bit further than that as well in terms of the land south of Fellgate and how that's been assessed. It was sort of first assessed through the strategic land review document that the council undertook and published in 2018. So this was an evidence-based document that the council undertook, which looked at development potential of land parcels across the whole of South Tyneside, so within the main urban area and within the green belt as well. It wasn't a plan, it was purely an evidence-based document to help inform the plan, progression of the plan at that point in time, but no longer forms part of the wider evidence base for the plan that's in front of examination today. The strategic land review, it was consulted on back in 2016, and I think at that point the land south of Fellgate had been sort of carved up into 3 land parcels. Following that consultation, there was we looked at the methodology in the strategic land review itself, and taking into account different methodologies for Greenbelt, updated evidence base for other studies as well, and that resulted in the land south of Fellgate being carved up again into more parcels. So it went from 3 parcels up to 13 parcels at this point, based on the various methodology. From that point, that has sort of fed into the various SLAs that have taken place in terms of plan preparation, and again that has been informed by Greenbelt studies that have been undertaken by the council in-house, most notably informing the 2022 Regulation 18, where we've gone from the 13 parcels down to 5 at that point based on the Greenbelt methodology. I think also just note that all those parcels that have been considered through the development of the plan, they've all been subject to sustainability appraisal in a site-specific assessments that we've undertaken, which are in that folder, along with other documents as well. So we consider that the land south of Fellgate has been thoroughly considered at all stages in the plan process, and has resulted with the land parcel that's in front of us today, which, like I say, it's been informed by the most latest evidence base that we've done.
Thank you. And can I just briefly clarify with the councillors at paragraph 512 in response to my matters issues question 5.3, when you said it says here you sort of originally assessed a series of smaller sites which were found to be unsuitable. I don't know if you're able to just expand just on that point. Is it how that kind of what the unsuitable?
Yeah, so those smaller parcels were a reflection of the SLR, as Mrs. Lamb touched on. So obviously, you know, that was outdated evidence that was reflected in the chart at the time, and then as we've modified the boundaries going through the process, the assessments have been modified in conjunction with that.
Thank you. We'll come on to some of the issues specifically around the site. We discussed last week the overall strategy, whether there are potential benefits from a single large site that need to kind of be factored in. And I think I was directed to paragraph 73 of the National Planning Policy Framework. But if now is an appropriate time, Mr. Seabury, or whether it comes more when we kind of look more detail at part C around delivery, this kind of balance and choices that need to be made around whether the benefits of releasing a larger site for the supply of homes versus some of the potential kind of risks or factors that need to be considered around that, and whether Fellgate is potentially too risky a location.
Through previous matters last week, we set out our position, so I think at this point we're content that you're aware of our position. So yeah, I think specific elements this afternoon is probably relevant from our viewpoint.
Thank you for that. I said at the start of this morning, I think I'm reasonably clear from most people on my left, that there's no alternatives here. It's not a case of whether it's a single site or smaller sites or smaller parcels. Neither option is suitable or reasonable for this plan. But obviously, Mr. Green.
Yeah, I kind of see how you can have the top of Durham Drive as being fine to build on, you know, in relation to flooding and traffic, but just right next to it, 10 metres down the road, you're then saying that area is unsuitable because it floods greenbelt and traffic. And that's what I kind of understand. And if you go to the Schlaw report 2024, page 46, that's clearly identified. You've got a long list of sites on Fellgate, and it's not just small parcels, it's large pieces of it. And it's, if you go down from SFG072 all the way down to SFG84, all of them are not suitable for development except for parcel G073, and I can't understand how that can be logical, because the water can flow down through the whole estate, which it does. If you visit the Durham Drive, you'll have seen the state of the road due to surface water, even though our designate as having 0% surface water problems. But that highlights it. And if you also go to so there's so many reports here. This is what I've been having trouble getting. The Fellgate and Headworth. I kind of pick. All right, I'm going to know the site selection topic. And if you go to Appendix 3, which is Felgate and Headworth 2025 updates, again, if you go all the way down from page 18 to page... have you managed to get that? Have you? It's got...
The site selection topic paper.
Yeah, and it's Felgate and Headworth 25. If you go down from page 18, and if you continue down, you'll see reject sites, reject sites, reject sites. Then SFG 075 comes up, and then below that you've got eastern parcel land south of Fellgate, reject sites, western parcel land south of Fellgate, reject sites, and it goes on. I could go on forever, but it goes all the way down, and I can't understand how you can say this bit's okay to build on and this bit isn't. All of it is unsuitable to build on, and we'll you know, put our case forward for the access road onto Durham Drive later on this afternoon, because I believe you're picking that up later on this afternoon, road traffic data.
We'll see where we are. It might be this morning, but we'll see what progress we make.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Alderslade, please.
Thank you. Just as this site selection thing was explained there by Mrs. Lamb, I think I may not be correct in what I was informed was that within the council they were looking at all these separate sites within the borough, but shall I say the more affluent areas of the borough just said stick it all on Fellgate. That's how I believe the site was picked, and I've been informed of that.
Thank you. But just briefly come back to the council before we take the mid-morning break. In terms of the site selection process and the way the kind of wider Fellgate area has been identified or looked at, I mean, obviously I'm focusing on being assured that the site that's put in the plan itself is sound, and to some extent I'm not looking too wider than that in terms of why other sites have been rejected. I don't know if the council just want to briefly come back to the point around Mr. Green in terms of whether there has been a kind of a clear demarcation between the suitability of the land within site FE2 and wider land at the Fellgate area being sort of rejected or potentially sort of unreasonable kind of sites, or were they reasonable options but they just haven't been taken forward, and that's where the sort of the reject kind of conclusion comes from?
Yeah, so they were assessed as reasonable options through the SA, so that's how come they've ended up in the site selection topic paper. In terms of suitability, obviously the SHLA looks at a lot of evidence, including physical limitations, landscape impacts, access, and the Greenbelt study is one of the parts of the evidence base that has fed into that. So obviously some of the SHLA outcomes reflect some of the Greenbelt outcomes.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to take the mid-morning adjournment. We're just going up to about 10 past 11. I'd like people to be back in this room at 25 past 11, and then we'll be on item 4 on the agenda and moving on, making progress. Thank you. Okay, okay, it's now 25 past 11, so I'm going to resume the hearing sessions into policy SP8 at Fellgate, and I said I would return and we'll pick up item 4 on my agenda. This is asking whether additional land should be safeguarded at Fellgate. We picked this up, we picked up the wider point at matter 4 last week, but I'm mindful of some of the background, particularly in relation to the Fellgate area. Can I first ask the council to draw from its response to my matters issues question 5.5, why it considers safeguarding is not necessary for soundness at Fellgate, and in particular, I think the council's point around securing compensatory provision. Please.
Did you say 5.5?
Oh, yes,
question 5.5, sorry.
Question 5.5, yep.
Yeah, you will recall last week I gave you a general response on the issue of safeguarded land and what is required really in terms of criteria that should be met if land is to be safeguarded. And I'm not going to repeat those submissions here, but if anyone wants to hear them, I think it was on day 4 when we were dealing with this particular topic. So the same considerations apply here, but more particularly, and without having to reread what's already before the examination in terms of our answers to MIQs, the intended purposes of the remainder of FE2 clearly in terms of its mitigation, in terms of compensatory works, etc., it will be completely inappropriate to safeguard that land for further development. And it's not something which we are proposing.
Thank you, Mr. Shadowraven. You say it's not appropriate. I mean, in terms of the MPPF and compensatory provision, that has to be in Greenbelt. It can't be in safeguarded land. It has to be in Greenbelt. If you want compensatory improvements provision for altering the Greenbelt, that compensatory improvements have to be within Greenbelt, remain in Greenbelt land. So safeguarded land wouldn't qualify to meet that part of the MPPF.
No, it wouldn't.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Before I come or invite Mr. Morton, if there's anything further he wishes to say in relation to what he's told me last week at matter 4, can I just also bring in National Highways, Mr. Finch, because I think your organisation responded to this question around whether additional land should be safeguarded, and it might sort of just flow into just more generally whether further development took place at this location. From the National Highways perspective, the way I'm reading your reps is there might be some concern about understanding wider impacts on the strategic road network.
Thank you, sir. Only that this site was not assessed at the time. We assessed all sites, cumulative impact, and this was not taken into account. We would reserve the right to review the traffic generation and whether any further improvements were required to the SRN.
Thank you. I'm obviously mindful safeguarding doesn't necessarily, it's not sort of releasing or saying a particular quantum of development in this particular plan period, but I understand.
Yes, I mean, it's very close to the 184. We would need to look at the impact at excuse me, at Whitemare Pool, probably, depending on where the access was for any safeguarded land.
Before I bring in others, I was going to indicate to Mr. Morton, is there anything further you wish to say in response either to my MIQ 5.5, picking up your general points you made to me last week on safeguarding?
So that's it. I'm generally happy to leave our submissions on safeguarded land to those that I put forward at Matter 4. Just to pick up the point you made just then, sir, safeguarded land doesn't allocate the land for development. It safeguards it for longer term development after the plan period, and I think generally the infrastructure test there is one of reasonable prospect, rather than identifying all the specific infrastructure improvements now. It's the PPG talks about a reasonable prospect that they could be delivered at the point envisaged. But I'm happy to leave our position on this matter as per my matter for submissions.
I picked up the point earlier. I've obviously got to apply myself to compensatory improvements being within greenbelts. So if further land was safeguarded at Fellgate, would you accept that compensatory improvements would need to be provided elsewhere, and could that be done within remaining greenbelt lands that could reasonably be tied or controlled to the Fellgate site?
So I do take the point that the NPPF does say that compensatory has to be in remaining greenbelt, and if the land was safeguarded, that would be an issue. I do accept that point, sir.
Thank you for bringing others. I think we discussed last week, Mr. Green and Councillor Kilgore, safeguarded has particular meaning. It's safeguarding for development needs in the longer term. It's not. So, Mr.
Yes.
Green.
You'll be pleased to know just a brief paragraph. Going on from last week, exceptional circumstances haven't been proven for the Greenbelt release for this local plan for the development that's they want to go ahead, let alone safeguarding for further developments. Everything's screaming, don't build on the Fellgate Greenbelt. Reports to the contrary are, in my opinion, inaccurate, and this was highlighted on many occasions last week when the council were taking them back for consideration. Again, I'll say that the Fellgate Greenbelt as a whole needs to be removed from the local plan.
Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. I think just adding to that is obviously we agree with the local authority in this regard, in that we do not want to allow any further land to be safeguarded or otherwise on that site. I'm just referring back to my own letters from National Highways addressed to the local authority in 2022 and the more recent Highways letters from Mr Finch and Sunny Ali, I believe, around the critical nature of the need for the infrastructure to be in place potentially before any occupation. So I think for me, to even consider looking beyond the position that we're at now, we're already, I believe, able to demonstrate the harm with regards to traffic and infrastructure now, let alone safeguarding any land. And I'm glad that Mr Finch is nodding, because I think we have some significant concerns on that network, that the brilliant work that's been carried out at Testo's roundabout, at Downhill Lane, etc., they are brilliant and they've met their need. However, the need for the millions and millions of pounds to be spent, where would that come from? Because I read something last night where it says that the local authority and Highways England, or National Highways as it is now, would be required to find funding. Now, I wish anyone luck with regards to this current state and in finding funding on this scale. It's, I don't want to be, kind of the doctor of doom. However, it's not going to happen. I think the developer is going to be let loose of that responsibility, and I don't believe that that's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll come on to that at further points in the agenda, Mr Finch. I don't know if we can pick that up later. But
I certainly will come back to that. I'd just like to say that my comment was that we would want further information regarding the release of Greenbelt. I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree with it. Agree with it. Currently, I have no information to support the impact of that.
Well, we'll pick up highways, Whitemare Pool later in the agenda. So if it's a point related to that, there's plenty of time on the agenda for that later. Okay, thank you for your submissions on safeguarded land. I'll take those into consideration with what I heard last week as well. If I can move on to item 5 on the agenda, and this is impact on West Felgate Farm. I raised this at my MIQ 5.7. This is really a reflection of various representations that are before me that have been made in terms of the role and value of the farm to the local community. This has been picked up in the correspondence I've got in front of me from the local MP, that's Kate Osborne, the MP for Jarrow and Gateshead East. I think there's 2 things I just want to explore as part of this item of the agenda in terms of firstly, degree of harm that would arise from people referring to the farm or the loss of the farm as a community asset and what that potentially means, and also as a kind of a working farm and the loss of farmland. I think if I can just clarify with the council, and this isn't, appreciate I'm slightly jumping around, but it's sort of related. It's your response to my MIQ 5.6. The way I understand it is the council's taken a kind of a precautionary approach. You can't split out, or you don't have the data as to whether land is either 3A, which is best and most versatile, or 3B. So you've kind of taken a view that we'll look at things at 3 and assume, if I can call it the worst case scenario, that it falls, you know, when we're assessing the impact of sites, we've kind of looked at grade 3 land on a kind of consistent basis that there will be some harm.
Yeah, that's correct. So through the sustainability appraisal, basically the data set that was used indicated that the land in South Tyneside was grade 3, but didn't distinguish between whether that was 3A or other alternatives. In support of the MIQ responses, we have provided the map from DEFRA's Magic Maps, which does identify some relatively small parcels of 3A land on the site. But like I say, it's particularly small and to the north of the site.
Thank you. Before I bring in anybody in terms of site promoters, so can I understand from the community and from others, I think Mr. Green, you described West Felgate Farm as a beehive of activity and a true asset.
Yeah, anybody who knows the area, I mean, I'll go into this in more detail, just questioning the crop value, the value of the land. We've got on here, this is site, isn't it? It's from the Slaw report. And it's land up south of Fellgate, which is the one we're talking about. This site is an area for mineral safeguarding and has an agricultural grade of 1 to 3. And it goes on to say the site sits within the Greenbelt corridor, which we know. But yeah, West Felgate Farm, I mean, where do I start? It's embedded in the community. It's supported by the whole community, but it's a community within itself as well. So it's the farm, the livery stables are a community within a community. I'm just going on now. Bear with us. Yeah, we've already done the crops. Yeah, so the council's saying it's grade 3, which it indicates that it is good quality land. And Laverick in the Laverick statement, AXM 2528 S8A, it's in our view with a very substantial socio-economic and other benefits to the area of developing the site for a sustainable community. But it's by far outweighs its agricultural use, and the 60% of the land allocated to non-food growing uses. So the horses, the horses use it as livery, and if that gets concreted over, there'll not be anything. I mean, how much of the land will be used for crops if the development goes ahead? As I say, the Fellgate, I mean, I don't even need that. The Fellgate community, sorry, we've walked our children up it, we walk our grandchildren up in it, and just walking up that landscape, it's amazing. It's got everything. It's got the horses grazing. It's on a night time, you've got the bats flying past you. You know, you've got all forms of wildlife. We've seen birds of prey up there. The farm itself, it has lots of activities on which our community goes to, you know. So they've got the likes of, they had a dressage event in March, which, you know, children of the Fellgate community were involved with. Last August, there was activities going on in the fields. You know, it's so essential to the physical and mental health and well-being of the entire community, because that walk takes your mind off everything. You know, you've got life strifes, and it does so much for you. You know, it's so hard to explain. I mean, you've seen it. You know, if you look across that landscape, it's got to be one of the best landscapes within South Tyneside. I'll give you I'll mention some people. You've got Natalie, and she doesn't mind us using her name. She's got 2 horses, you know, stable at the livery, and what they're asking is, what happens to them? You know, there's so much for the community. Our daughter she's got aspirations. We actually met our daughter during the dressage event back in March, and she was brilliant. She won her age group, and she's got aspirations to go to the Olympics in years to come. And they actually had 4 people at the British dressage team of a Quest event, you know, recently, and you know the aspirations of those kids, and to take that away from them, and they've got nothing. You know, you're taking away that community. It'd be, and what she said herself was, she says, does this make, because they've got to then restable the horses somewhere, we've got no idea where, and does it make it would be so expensive to relocate them? Does that make horse and events and riding only available to the wealthy? Because, you know, Jarrow is a deprived area. It's a severely deprived area, and you'd be taking so much away from them. I mean, a lot of them are healthcare, and during the COVID epidemic.
If you want to take a moment, Mr. Greenot, and come back to you and let others speak, and
yes,
I'll come back to you. Thank you. Perhaps if I can hear from Mr. Alderslade next, please.
For a start. I mean, they're busy doing these ecology surveys at the minute, and all they needed to do was come and ask me about that in the first place. And what I practice there is basically what you call regenerative agriculture, direct drilling, to improve the soil, which improves the bugs within the soil, which improves the wildlife. And that's been going on for about the last 15 to 20 years. And the wildlife on that farm now is completely different to what it was 20 years ago. We use, as I say, direct drilling, using organic manure, cover cropping, etc., etc. I've got a list of all the wildlife on here. You've got hare, roe deer, skylark, lapwing, little owl, tawny owl, short-eared owl, cuckoo, curlew, kingfisher, newt, vole, grey partridge, linnet, white-throat, starling, tree sparrow, house sparrow, chaffinch, goldcrest, wren, dunnock. That's only a small percentage of what I've actually seen on there, regardless of what the surveyors produce.
That's fine. We've got biodiversity, ecology later on the agenda. What I'm probably keen to explore here is there are representations from the local community.
I understand that.
Say, you know, this is a valuable asset. I want to understand, is it accessible to the public? Can anybody go onto the farm in that sense? Is it limited to...
As Dave was saying about the livery, during COVID, there's a lot of people who've got the horses on that yard are nurses, healthcare, pharmacists, and honestly, they could go onto that farm during COVID when everybody was locked up. And I used to go around, and a lot of them were in tears because they could get out the house and see to the horses. So that just needs to be noted. And I noticed in one of the reports that one of this lot put in that it said it's not a community asset, it's a business. Well, it is a business, but is not Sunderland Football Club or Newcastle Football Club a community asset, and it's also a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgore, please.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to reiterate, while Dave composes himself, the value that it has. I think what we've not said, and I know Mr Aldersley probably won't, that he's the 5th generation farmer on that land. He has a son that we're hoping daily will take that over and let that continue to flourish. We had as a local authority, had a Pegasus crossing put in to the other side of the road. We very recently experienced the horses having to come out onto Durham Drive, which is dangerous for them, but it's also dangerous for others. And when you look at the smaller children using the livery as well, that's not something that they can continue to enjoy. We've also have Fellgate ponds, where we have a family of swans and various other beautiful wildlife. I think, Jeff, if you mentioned it, we've got a kingfisher. You know, it is absolutely thriving. We have some amazing volunteers, I know that some of them here today, who care for those wildlife as if they're their own, actually. And it is a beautiful environment. Now, just because that isn't included in the developable area, it is removed from the green belt. It is owned by a different owner. The land to the front, where the lowest numbers of Durham Drive are sited, that is to be taken out, according to the local plan, out of the green belt as well, although stated that it won't be developed. That is a matter for us here today as well. If it's taken out, it's opening that opportunity up. I was talking to one of the volunteers at break, and they mentioned we've got a big metal gate where you access the ponds in order to facilitate the care of the animals. That would be compromised by way of the access route around there too. There's a huge amount that we could go into, and I know you've seen it in our report, so it's not really for us to go over. But I do think that putting together, when we're looking at the risk of harm and we're saying that this is moderate, it couldn't possibly be. In isolation, the moderate marker is not valid anyway when we look at traffic, etc., which I know we're coming on to, and biodiversity as well. It is very high or high. And yes, I know Mr Alderslade has mentioned around it being a business. It doesn't feel like that to us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Allow others to come back in. I appreciate this is a sensitive matter. We'll give Mr Morton the opportunity on behalf of certainly your clients. Obviously read what you've said. I don't know if there's anything further you want to add that I haven't already got before me.
No, sir. I think you've got our position on this. Bringing it back to your two points. Firstly, the degree of harm. There is no public access to the site. It's in private ownership. Mr Alderslade is a tenant. He runs a commercial livery, and the access to the site is associated with that. Loss of farmland, I think the council have answered this point. NPPF paragraph 174 requires it to be weighed in the round, in the balance, and they've done that as part of the sustainability appraisal.
Okay, I'll come back to Mr Green and Mr Alderslade before I move on from point 5 on the agenda, please.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Kilgour touched on the ponds. You know that the ponds are an abundance of wildlife in themselves, but although the ponds aren't directly affected by the parcel of FE3, FE2, any building work that occurs within 50, 60 metres of it is going to devastate the whole lot. It will devastate the whole lot. And yeah, Sorry, and just going back to, you know, some comments from some of the residents, you know, that I was talking about Natalie, whose child's, you know, aspiring to the Olympics. She says we don't stop dreaming and exploring because we grow old. We grow old because we stop dreaming. The dreams and aspirations of the livery and local community must remain at Felgate Farm. Sorry. And there's a Sylvia dad who says, this walk has helped me when my grief has been too much. It's given me the chance to clear my head and shed a few tears along the way. I found it by accident when I moved here 3 years ago. So sad that money comes before people's mental health. And can I just say, make a final statement, you know, investment isn't just monetary. Yeah, you've got some investors who put an awful lot of money into it. I've invested in shares in the past. I lost on them. That's investment. What we invest in on Fellgate is the children's future and the aspirations of our children, and that cannot be taken away and replaced by monetary value. And no matter what they say, they cannot replace, you know, the investment we're trying to put in our children's future. That's why we're here.
Mr. Aldersley, please.
Yeah, thank you. It says here the impact on West Felgate Farm. I'm hoping that also means the impact on the tenants on there as a family. Just to reiterate, I'm the 4th generation of my family to be lucky enough to have the tenancy of West Felgate Farm. My son will be the 5th generation. It's an Agricultural Holdings Act secure tenancy, so theoretically my son has security of tenure for his life as well. As I understand it, the land is classified by the council as 1A, but by another independent as 3A and 3B flood risks, which will require certain flood prevention measures to be taken into account by the developers if it was successful in being removed from the green belt. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that it is within your remit to require that all SUDS and flood testing is done before any planning application is submitted. I think you can ask for that on your report. That's if it gets removed from the green belt, which I certainly hope it don't. I would beg you to ask for all that to be done before a planning application is granted, because as my understanding is that even if they put in a planning application, if it's removed from the green belt and is given outline planning on the results of SUDS, they can serve me notice to quit just by obtaining outline planning without all these SUDS tests. And that means that our tenancy is gone and finished. So yes, if it's got to come out the green belt, and yes, if it's going to get redeveloped, and yes, if all the SUDS tests prove fine, that's fine. Well, it's not fine, but it's the best of a worst case scenario. But if they serve me notice to quit on an outline planning, that means that we're gone. Then it could then end up that the site could be financially unviable, or there could be problems with the flooding and it cannot be done, but our tenancy is then gone. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm mindful, obviously, one of the tests around looking at site allocations is deliverability. Mindful that there are kind of separate sort of sensitive commercial matters, but is there anything that, I'm going to ask Mr. Morton in the first instance, and whether it's from the church commissioners, anything here that's going to inhibit delivery in terms of either tenancy or covenants or anything else?
I can give a short answer to that, sir. No. As Mr. Aldersley had said, notice can be served upon planning permission. I think the tenancy says the site needs to be vacated in 3 months of notice being served. So the short answer is no.
Thank you. Very briefly, Mr. Green, and then I'm going to move on.
Just very briefly, in relation to the public access of the site, you know, taking into account Mr. Alderslade is a tenant farmer under Laverick Hall Limited. When my wife and I visited the Dean and Chapter of Durham, we spoke to one of the high-ranking guys in there, and he says, you know, that I'll just read this word for word. They will be following up with the Cathedral's agents, that's Laverick Hall Farms Limited, the potential approach we discussed concerning the gravel path. So the gentleman who's high up in the Dean and Chapter of Durham, who actually owned the land, was telling us basically he'd sort it out. I'm hopeful we will have a positive response for you this afternoon. So I totally dispute what Mr. Morton's saying in relation to the public access of the site.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to move on in terms of the agenda. I've got written material in front of me from various people. I've heard what people have had to say about the impact on West Felgate Farm, and I'll consider that in terms of my report. I'm now going to move on to part B of my agenda. It's item 6. We're now going to get into transport. So I don't know if there are other people who are going to join the table. So if we can just facilitate that, because I want to hear from council's teams and others. Okay, we're going to start at item 6. Before we do, I just wonder, Mr. Shadowraven, if for the benefit of people in the room and people who watch the subsequent recording, who's now joined us from the council's team, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Matt Clifford. I'm a Senior Planning Policy Officer and I lead on the Infrastructure Delivery Plan.
Hi, and I'm James Quigley from Sister supporting South Tyneside Council on transport issues.
Good morning, sir. My name's Trevor Mail. I'm the Strategic Transport Lead at South Tyneside Council.
And then for Laverick Hall Farms, please.
Vanessa Eggleston from iTransport, representing Laverick Hall Farm and Durham Cathedral.
Thank you. Now, I suspect transport is going to take us through to lunch and may indeed carry on after lunch, because I understand it's a significant issue certainly for the local community. I think we'll come on to the position of National Highways as well in due course. But I'd just like to start with something that isn't roads related. It comes back to the principle of looking at greenbelt alterations. Ensuring that where that happens, they are locations that are well served by public transport. And it was my Matters and Issues question 5.8 in terms of whether that would be the case in relation to, in relation to Fellgate. I think this also dovetails in with National Planning Policy Framework, paragraph 73, that says when looking at larger scale development, again, we should be looking at locations that can be supported by a genuine choice of transport modes. I wonder if I could first, at this stage, invite the council in response to my MIQ 5.8, just to set out how it's looked at this in terms of public transport for Fellgate, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, the council's position is that the current baseline situation is that Fellgate is well served by public transport. And the allocation will build on this and lead to betterment both the public transport provision and also active travel opportunities. And the response to MIQ 5.8 sets out the existing public transport provision, including Table 1, which provides an overview of current bus services. Very importantly, the Council is actively liaising with Nexus regarding this allocation and bus service provision. And it's anticipated that the allocation will act as a catalyst to improving bus service provision by increasing demand. Another advantage of the proposed allocation is the closeness of Fellgate Metro Station. Paragraph 5.35 of the Council's MIQ 5.34 response sets out the connectivity of the metro station, which includes to major regional centres. It's also important to point out that frequency for the metro service is set to improve with a new fleet of trains coming into service, and that will provide a double improvement. There will be greater frequency and more standing room, so that will thereby help to address capacity issues. And policy SP8 includes requirement for the enhancement of active travel opportunities. An applicant would be required to submit a vision-led transport assessment and a comprehensive travel plan. So that will need to be in line with both MPPF and Department for Transport Circular 0122. The applicant's transport assessment will also need to demonstrate compliance with local plan policy SP26, delivering sustainable transport, which requires the development to support sustainable transport and improve accessibility. Thank you.
Thank you. I can just kind of unpick some of those kind of theme by theme in terms of kind of bus provision. Is that in this area? Is that something that's kind of commissioned or overseen by Nexus? Do they have responsibility for the services, the frequency of those services? Mr. Mail?
Thanks, sir. In terms of the bus operation within the borough, Nexus serve as the passenger transport executive for the Tyne and Wear region, whereby following bus deregulation, it's a mix of commercial operators, namely Stagecoach and Go North East, with Nexus then supporting that with secured services. Further to this, Nexus also managed the metro service on behalf of the Tyne and Wear local authorities, and then they also assist the council in terms of the Shields ferry operation for your own benefit. Thanks.
Thank you. And in terms of, obviously got the council's details on the current routes, where they go is shown on map 2 of the council's statement for this session. In terms of potential extra provision, whether it's Mr. Clifford or Mr. Mail, just to kind of help me in terms of local geography at that scale, where are some of those kind of new or potential routes connecting to? Is that sort of across into Gateshead and down to, would that be down to Washington?
Thanks, sir. Yes, again, I think it's a recognition that in terms of the Fellgate area as a whole, there is probably a strong desire to get access into Heworth, which forms part of the interchange facility, namely in Gateshead. But that said, I believe there is strong recognition of the ability to transfer between modes at this proximity. Probably less so in terms of Washington, but that said, if the investment comes forward as part of the Washington Loop line, which we referred to on Friday, there is a strong chance of potential stations at Follinsby Park and recognition of bus services that can provide connectivity there as well. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll come on to Metro in a moment, but just from Mr. Clifford referred a moment ago to kind of a vision-led approach. I mean, given the location of this site from a public transport perspective, and notwithstanding where the Fellgate Metro station is, I mean, is
The Mayor has gone on record that she wishes to exercise the suitable transport powers to bring forward a potential franchising scheme within the North East that would actually bring buses under full local control, and then the ability to therefore make justifiable concerns and raise issues as to where improved accessibility is required. Currently, under the deregulation market, there is the inability for local authorities to do that other than the voice of Nexus. So we hope by the Mayor executing them powers, we may have more of a say in where future buses will operate. Thanks.
so something that could be comparable to what's happening in Greater Manchester?
Exactly that, sir. Yeah.
Thank you. Mrs. Eggleston, before I bring in others.
Just to build on what Mr. Mail said, a development of the scale that we're talking about at Fellgate, it's not unusual for that to be supporting new bus services and extensions to existing bus services, and for the catchment that's afforded by a development of that scale, for that to provide a real catalyst and a real boost to existing public transport provision in the area as well.
Thank you. So if I turn to my left, I don't know if people want to sort of break things down by buses and then Metro.
I don't think that we can honestly say that the mode of transport that will be operated from that site will be anything other than in the main by car. I would imagine, given the nature of the properties, the value of the properties, suggested that there will be car owners. The bike racks at the metro station are very rarely used. I think I've probably only seen 1 or 2 bikes stored there in all of the time it's been there. Follinsby Park Metro is on the opposite side of the 184. It isn't directly linked. We didn't get that link that we were hoping for. So I don't think we can make any promises at all, and going into that more broadly around the infrastructure of the road network, which I know we'll go into in more detail, it's not there. And the critical point around this is unless it's delivered in advance of the very start, it's not deliverable in all means. And I refer back to that same map because it's really helpful, is that the network through from FE2 is a brand new network which actually kind of imposes on the Fellgate estate as we now know it. It's not complementing. It appears to be keeping that very exclusive, very separate with the buses. I mean, I think we have 3 buses that circulate the estate, and I did check in with a resident who uses them regularly. Yeah, they're not greatly used. I have no aspiration that they're going to be any greater used with the development at FE2 potentially, or FE2. Also the area around the shopping, the potential school, the potential GP access, that is again, the onus is on Fellgate Estate as it stands to serve those mainly used and highly populated potential areas. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, this one's a bit longer than the last one. Yeah, I've got 2 documents in front of us here which I believe weren't made part of the local plan and going on to, you know, costings, infrastructure. It says here, this is from GSIV, It says by 2032, and this takes into account all of the new infrastructure that say they're going to put in place, but there's no costings for it. By 2032, however, the network is forecast to experience significant queue, and this is 2032, particularly on the A194, A184 Whitemare Pool Junction and the A19 northbound approaching Jarrow Junction. Local road delays are seen particularly along the A194 Newcastle Road, so not only does it come down from Whitemare Pool, it goes to Mill Lane roundabout, it goes to Lindisfarne roundabout, it continues all the way into South Shields, yeah? The majority of the congestion is addressed by including the A194, 184, Whitemare Pool. That's the right way over. Right, by 2037, the network is forecast to experience severe queuing. And can I suggest you access these documents if you can, please, because it does explain a lot, particularly on the A19 between Lindisfarne and Jarrow Junctions, and consequently adjacent local roads such as the A185 and Newcastle Road. The key constraint is the capacity of the Tyne Tunnel. The second one is from National Highways, and it's dated the 1st of June 2022. It's noted that the projected costs are for indicative purposes only, and that a proper cost estimate will be required during the detailed design process. As such, we withhold comment on the indicative project costing provided within the IDP. Now, going on to buses and the metro, this said, I think I can excuse, because there probably is that none of them are out of the area. This side, a lot of them are within the area. They know the problems that we have on the major roads around South Tyneside. There was going to be a planned Mill Lane Metro station to alleviate much of the problem from the estates. That has not got funding. It's included in the local plan. It's not going ahead. Most people on Fellgate do rely on cars because it's essential travelling. If any of you take your children to after-school activities or anything like that, you're going direct from work, you're picking up, you're dropping off. It is essential travel. In the vicinity, there's a mountain gymnastics community, which is massive and they're absolutely brilliant. There's pick-up and drop-offs here throughout the day, which creates severe tailbacks. And how many of you would pick up your children from gymnastics and drop them off by public transport? That's the report. Can we go on to the traffic local plan? I'll take what we've got items 6 and 7 on the agenda here.
So at the moment, I'm just looking at item 6 around public transport, and then item 7 we're going to
I'll
to
just
the roads.
The metro frequency, whether it's new trains or not, it cannot. The frequency cannot be increased because it's actually the main line is a British Rail line as well. So that'll not happen just because it's a new train. It doesn't increase the frequency. The buses, if anybody knows the Fellgate area, there is going to be an access road coming from the new estates onto Durham Drive, which is a 20-mile-an-hour residential road with 17 sets of speed humps and 3 local schools in the vicinity and a thriving gymnastics club. It's a ring road around the estate, which, you get buses every hour. The main problem is, though, and I did hit on this last week, there's 2 major on-offs from the road. There's one onto the A194, which is severely congested daily. We'll have pictures. You'll see it in my appendices on my hearing statements. The secondary exit is via Felgate Avenue, and it comes to a junction, and National Highways may back us up on this. Once the A19 backs up, people start coming up towards that junction. It congests from the A19 side. On the opposite side, you have a single lane, which we hit on last week, a single lane metro bridge. It creates severe congestion. Now, what I'm saying is you might have the buses every hour, but those buses don't run a timetable because they can't get through the sheer amount of traffic, or it's gridlocked because of the A194, and it's gridlocked because of the Felgate Avenue, Mountain Lane Junction, backing up right through the metro bridge. It's a total standstill. And this development, you're not talking, the people aren't going to use, if they're going to use the metro, they're talking about actually putting an extension onto the metro car park. Now, what does that tell you? So those people from the estate and from the surrounding areas need an additional extension to the car park, yet they're saying they're not going to use the cars. Of course they are, and there is part in these reports, there is part of which actually states, I'll have to come on it, the proposed parking extension at Fellgate Metro Station may increase the need to travel on the SRN, the Strategic Road Network, by car, and therefore or should be consulted on any relevant feasibility study for this scheme. The additional car spaces are likely to result in traffic increases at either the A19 Lindisfarne junction, which National Highways, you know, the road infrastructure, it's always full up, you know, because it backs up from the Tyne Tunnel. So the additional car parking spaces are likely to result in traffic increases at either the A19 Lindisfarne junction or the A184, A19 motorway, which is severely congested every day. We would suggest that the IDP should consider active travel solutions, which you are, but realistically, they're not going to. It's essential travel, and the planned development would add, if you're talking 1,200 houses, they're actually going for 3,000 eventually. You're talking an extra 2,000 to 3,000 daily, you know, cars coming on, not only the 20-mile-an-hour residential road around Fellgate, but also trying to get onto the A194 would be traffic Armageddon.
Okay.
And I do recall that there was, and you know, this was included in the local plan. There's a local site which is on the A194 as you head towards South Shields. It was the old Simonside Arms. They were going to build, from memory, I think it was about 14 houses. It got rejected at planning because they were going to go put an access road onto a residential road at the back of it. Now that was for 14 houses. This is for 1,200 houses, quote 3,000 houses. You know, it just will not work in this area, and it'll put the entire community at risk in relation to road safety. Now, one more quick thing, there is data available which was carried out in March of this year, which I had asked for it to be going to CAF meetings, and I was informed on June the 2nd that it would go to the next CAF meeting to highlight the frequency of road traffic on the A194. I've got parts of it, and it indicates, and I would like I would like you to get those figures.
I'm going to come on to that, Mr. Green, later on.
It's a car every 0.7 seconds on the road.
If I can hear from Mr. Shearer next, please.
Well, thanks. Actually, I feel my thunder's been almost completely stolen by the previous contributors. The ideal world and the mitigations and the improvements sound fantastic, but again, actually implementing them is going to be very, very difficult. I'd also say things like the idea of walking and cycling from any new development in winter. I don't think that's practical at all. And any cut through onto Durham Drive from any new development would be a disaster in my view, because Durham Drive is already, as I'm sure you've seen, clogged with cars where drivers have to be prepared to give the right of way. And I've been involved in an incident where a driver wouldn't give way. We were on the right side of the road. He came through regardless from a congested side of the road, which resulted in an impasse. We couldn't reverse because there was other people behind us, and eventually that had to go via the dash cam to the police, and he was prosecuted for it. So already we're starting to see incidents where it's just not safe anymore. So I totally amplify and echo what the previous contributors have said, and hope that something can be taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to the council and others if there's anything specific they want to respond to as part of those exchanges. One of the things I do want to just explore a little bit more with the council is part of the policy requirement in SP8 is about convenient, segregated, safe and high quality bus, pedestrian and cycle routes. I recall from Nexus's representations on the plan, they support getting bus services into this site, but kind of question whether there's a scope to kind of improve bus kind of connectivity in and out of the site, and whether that's reasonable or realistic at this location.
So it's something Nexus have certainly considered. Obviously, at this stage, I don't think they can make a firm commitment for commercial reasons. It will depend on viability, but it's certainly something that's under consideration.
Thank you. Any further points on public transport accessibility? Mr. Mayle.
Yes, sir. I think it's important to raise about the performance of Nexus in terms of the metro. I think obviously it wasn't made aware at the time of our submissions, but Nexus have recently been successful for a new signalling system. at a cost of £450 million. So that will be coming into operation in the next 5 years. A lot of the works will be off-site. I know that there's also reliability issues associated with the Network Rail line, in terms of a lot of the outages that take place on the line. The opposition, well, Councillor Kilgour was right, sorry. So Councillor Kilgour was right to say that obviously at times there is implications with regards to the Network Rail line. These new trains that are coming into operation now, there's no need for them to be on overhead cables. They're actually battery powered as well, so that should in fact improve matters when the metro line does come to a standstill, unfortunately, on that stretch between Peelo and Sunderland.
And in terms of the policy in this site, it specifically references the Fellgate metro station in the policy in terms of enhancing access and facilities for pedestrians and cyclists. I've been referred to a proposal at Mill Lane. Was this site ever predicated on Mill Lane having to come forward? Has it always been sort of envisaged that its relationship will be stronger to the existing Fellgate station?
So the site isn't predicated on Mill Lane having to come forward. Mill Lane is still very much a strong aspiration. I believe it's in the regional local transport plan. Mill Lane coming forward would be beneficial to the site because it would take some of the demand away from Whitemare Pool Junction. But in terms of public transport use, we would envisage residents of the new community, the obvious station for them to use would be Fellgate Metro Station. So if I could just come back to the point you asked about connectivity, I would also make the point that it's possible that existing services could be diverted to run through the site. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a new service.
Thank you. I've got nothing further I wanted to raise on public transport, so I'm going to move on to item 7 around road issues, and this will take us both sides of the lunchtime adjournment. I mean, the general point and questions I've raised at my item 7 is whether safe and suitable access to the site can be achieved. I think I've got very much in mind national planning policy when framing this question and parts of the agenda. Mr. Green, you helpfully described to me how the road network in the area works last week, so I don't need to so I've got that, and I've made a note of that in terms of how the existing Fellgate area kind of accesses either onto the A194 or across to the A19. The plan is supported by a good degree of transport evidence. I won't go through it all. There's a lot of documents, as I think people are unpicking and realising that sits behind this. But principally, there's a traffic assessment, I think, in 2023 around the local road network and the 2024 strategic road network forecast report. I think in follow-up to just my Matters and Issues question 510, I sort of first ask the council, whether that's Mr. Clifford and possibly others, and then I'll turn to National Highways to explain why the work that's done to date should be considered robust before I invite others who will have undoubtedly an alternative view. So is it Mr. Clifford first?
Yes. Well, the work should be considered robust because it was undertaken, well, firstly, the strategic road network report was undertaken by the council in partnership with National Highways, and it was agreed with National Highways, and obviously the specific actual transport modelling was undertaken by transport consultants as such, with strong credentials, and the local road network study was also that was undertaken on behalf of the council was also undertaken by transport consultants. Do you wish me to go into the sort of current baseline situation, or was that a different question?
It's probably helpful just at this stage, because I think we'll be coming back to Mr. Green in terms of some of the data he's appended to his statement. So I think that would be helpful now. Mr. Clifford, yes, please.
Okay. Well, survey data was collected at the end of 2022. Traffic trends were assessed at that time, and as I've indicated, this approach was agreed with National Highways. The 2022 counts are within the last 3 years, so that's acceptable in terms of the industry standard for data acceptability. The Strategic Road Network report, which is IMV2, was undertaken in partnership with National Highways and using a model that was jointly agreed. The baseline position was agreed to allow the study work, so that's the Strategic Road Network and the local road network studies, to proceed. And all committed developments, so that's to say planning permissions, were included on top of the 2022 transport flows.
Can I just add to that, please, sir? To say that all of the models that we use, the junction models that we use within the assessment, were validated against queue length data that was recorded at the same time. The trip rates that had been used in the assessment were robust and were taken from the TRIX database following the industry standard. There's a further level of robustness, if that's a word, within that, because we didn't follow the vision-led approach at that stage, and we've started to do some of that more recently.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Just on that point, I mean, you say you didn't follow the vision-led approach. Did you make any kind of allowances for modal shift?
Initially, in the work that was done, we didn't. It was a robust assessment, but as obviously over the last couple of years that vision-led policy has become more pronounced, we have sort of reflected on that subsequently. So some of the later work we've done, which I believe has been submitted to you, has tried to then reflect on that by reducing those trip rates as opposed by using the vision-led approach.
Thank you. I turn to Mr. Finch, please.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clifford's already covered most of the points I was going to state. I would agree that the base model is based on, the base model was agreed with updated traffic flows 2022. Excuse me. We've referred to these in the evidence pack that we've submitted for you, so I don't intend to go through you and bore you with that. However, I would like to say that it was a very robust assessment at the time. Since the circular came out in December 2022, 01/22, we are now looking to push the vision-led approach and reduce the need to travel, especially by car. So we will be looking at walking, wheeling and cycling. We have assessed the whole of the network. We did not assess this as an individual site. We assessed the whole of the network to identify what improvements were required. We identified a improvement southbound on the A19 and improvements for Whitemare Pool were required at the end of the plan period. Now that's quite difficult to assess. We've agreed the assessment for the end of the period. To give an exact time of when these improvements are required is quite difficult because it's subject to the scale of and location and as development comes forward. However, the Whitemare Pool scheme can be broken down into several smaller sections, and we are currently working with the local authority to agree a rough time frame of when they are required. However, as I state, that will be picked up as part of the detailed transport assessment submitted with the planning application, and we will have a better understanding of the exact timing, whether that's required now before development comes forward or whether there is anything else they can do as an interim measure.
Thank you. We get sort of too into the kind of the detail of Whitemare Pool, just in general terms, Mr. Finch, thinking about an evidence base that's kind of proportionate and reasonable for kind of plan making. I mean, notwithstanding where things are currently going in terms of vision-led
to reduce the need to travel, as I stated, but at this stage we are happy that suitable mitigation can be provided within the plan period.
Thank you. I don't want to get sort of too into the detail of Whitemare Pool. We're going to pick that up as part of the agenda. But I wonder if I could come at this point to Mr. Green first and then to Mr. Oldersley, because I think your Appendix 3 to your statement, Mr. Green, you've provided 2025 traffic data. If you just help me in terms of the source, where you've got that data from and what you think we need to do with it as part of the plan.
The data was carried out because, you know, it's bang up to date on the A194, and the council will have access to that. So I was informed that it would go forward to the CAP on June the 2nd, that it would go forward, a presentation to do with the data would go forward to the next CAP meeting, which would have been July the 10th last week, and it would have been July the 12th for the Heaven CAP meeting. That wasn't the case, but the data shows.
Sorry, Mr. Green, just take me back a step so I just understand. No, that's okay. Just what is that data? Where did you get it? Where have you got it from?
Yeah, it was carried out in March this year. Yeah, and it was, you know, it's massive. I couldn't print everything off. And what it does is I asked via an FOI for some of the information, and it indicates that on the A194 between 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock there's 2,560 vehicles, which equates to one vehicle every 0.71 seconds. Now that's, if I remember, you know, I mean, it was a while since I passed my test, but I know the 2-second rule. There's far too much traffic on that road already. There's going to be an access road going. The A194 crosses the Mill Lane roundabout, and there's going to be an access road from the new development onto the Mill Lane roundabout. And we'll go on to that soon, because the Mill Lane itself is you know that's very heavily congested. But in relation to the local plan traffic assessment report 2023, if you put in A19, well, it doesn't relate to the A194 Mill Lane roundabout. I cannot find it. I mean, you guys might be able to find it. It associates the Mill Lane itself. It associates to Whitemare Pool. It associates to Lindisfarne. But the one smack bang in the middle, where the access road from this new development will go on to, isn't included. You know, Mill Lane, which goes off it, is heavily congested. It's something like 120, 130%. You know, but it doesn't mention the A194 Mill Lane roundabout for some reason. Now, if you go on to page 8 of the local plan traffic assessment, funding for all of this, 1.21, 1.22 and 1.23, there's no funding, you know, and you know that there's nothing. National Highways will be, you know, on this one, 1.21, further infrastructure measures are currently being investigated.
cars going west down to 0.
Just in terms of the actual survey, when we provided the information to Mr Green on request through the FOI, it was projected that that was part of network management duty and exercising the right to monitor traffic around the principal road network of the borough. This was simply to inform and make the council aware of where we get requests from utility companies to make intrusions on the carriageway. So the results of that said survey, combined with the other roads that were tested alongside that, it was merely a traffic count that Mr Green refers to, but it had no bearing or no influence on the local plan trip generation models that we've completed.
Thank you. So before Mr Quigley comes in, so it's effectively count data.
It's count data to inform how much the network's being utilised and where we get requests from indeed utility companies and our own works departments as to where we possibly consider relevant to make that type of application to serve to utilise the carriageway and do utility works.
Mr Quigley, did you want to come in on?
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of address a couple of those points, please. So in terms of the developments that have come forward within the vicinity of the 194 over the last few years, obviously our base model is a base plus committed model. So the committed being the developments that were committed during that period, those have been rolled out, and the traffic associated with them is included in the base situation. That's that one. On Mill Lane, obviously the Mill Lane junction has been assessed as part of the strategic road network assessment report, the joint study with National Highways. As part of that study, we coded in to the model a junction improvement, which came from some of the earlier work that the site promoters had done to demonstrate that the traffic associated with the development would be able to access the network, the 194, successfully, and that's included in the evidence that we provided as part of the strategic road network assessment. Yeah.
Thank you. Ms Eggleston, please.
Just to note, sir, that, I was going to make the point that Mr Quigley did, that the assessments have been undertaken by the Council and National Highways have taken account of those developments that have been built out in the period since the count data was collected in 2022 and the original data in 2018. But also just to note that we had a look at the data that Mr Green had submitted, and it does actually show that the flows on Leam Lane on the A194 have reduced since those that were counted on that same section in 2018.
Just to back that one up, we've done some high-level review of the TADU database, which is a sort of traffic count database just on various parts of the network in South Tyneside, and that's demonstrated that the traffic flows remain lower than the 2018-2019 levels generally across South Tyneside.
Thank you for those. I'm going to move on before we take the lunch adjournment to my item agenda about really related to this in terms of the policy requirement to take the site access from Mill Lane and from Durham Drive. Before I do that, was it a point on the modelling, Councillor Kilgore?
So just a quick point. We asked for some data with regards to house building just the other day, and it would look, if the figures are accurate and our assessment from the further years from 2022, that there would have been 237 new homes built kind of in and around that area, so the Hebburn Jarrow area that will be impacting. So whilst I'm not suggesting that the figures are wrong, I think there needs to be a recalculation because there can't be less.
Thank you. I'm going to deal now with Mill Lane, Durham Drive.
Sorry,
Mr.
can I
Green.
just come in with a quick one on when the traffic data was actually put together, it was just after COVID, and it should be noticed that this is just from 2.21 of the traffic assessment report. National data is available which demonstrates that level of travel are increasing. However, in South Tyneside, that considered to remain lower or comparable with pre-COVID levels. Forecasted traffic growth has not occurred. That's severely incorrect. You know, the information, they've got the figures together just after COVID, so obviously things were returning to normal. So at that time when they collected the figures, it's massively increased since then.
Thank you. Mr. Quigley,
sorry, I was just going to say on that. So at the time when the counts were undertaken, we surveyed a period around either side of when the counts were undertaken, which demonstrated that the flows at that period were stable and that we had reached a sort of post-COVID situation. And just to say again, just to repeat what I just said there, the TADU database demonstrates that the flows remain lower than they were in the pre-COVID period.
Thank you. I'm going to move on in terms of the agenda. So the proposed site access in terms of the policy requirement is to be achieved from the Mill Lane roundabout and from Durham Drive. The policy itself, other than the Mill Lane roundabout, does not provide any detail or specifics about exactly where on Durham Drive the connections would be made. Obviously there is evidence in terms of indicated earlier, the Fellgate site capacity and opportunities paper, but I'm mindful that's just an indicative layout at this stage. It's not the detail. But can I just understand, if we do a Mill Lane roundabout first, the principle of accessing onto that roundabout, is that underpinned by evidence that that would be a safe and acceptable point of access? Is that Junction at the moment operating over capacity, and if so, has the council through its consultants identified any kind of interventions that would either make the situation better or not worse? Mr. Clifford.
In terms of how Mill Lane was assessed, it was assessed, as Mr. Quigley indicated, through the Strategic Road Network report, and the model demonstrated that the traffic can exit the site and that the current operation of the junction is satisfactory. To ensure that the assessment of traffic impacts at Mill Lane Junction was robust, the Strategic Road Network assessment didn't send any traffic onto Durham Drive. And just to explain that a bit more, in terms of why Durham Drive was not modelled in either the Strategic Road Network or the Local Road Network assessments, as the council didn't envisage that much traffic would use it, basically because primarily to allow for permeability for public transport and also an alternative access for emergency services. Durham Drive is also subject to a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit and has extensive traffic calming, which is likely to discourage further users. So that's a broad overview of the approach. As you rightly point out, we haven't specified where the access onto Durham Drive would be, though there is an indicative layout in the opportunities paper.
Thank you. If I turn to Ms Eggleston next, please.
We've provided some submissions earlier in the plan process which set out the proposals for access into the development site, and access is primarily expected to be taken from the Mill Lane roundabout. And as you said, sir, the existing junction itself doesn't have the sufficient capacity to accommodate the development. So what's proposed is a significant enlargement of the junction, and that would create a sort of signalised gyratory with additional arms coming into the new development itself. That work was undertaken as a sort of preliminary exercise to feed into the local plan. submissions, and all of that work will obviously be updated as part of any subsequent planning application. But the council and their consultants did pick up that junction arrangement, the enlarged junction, and that was used as a basis within the strategic road network model, and that has been taken into account. So the capacity of that network would be significantly improved as a part of the development, and the assessments that have been conducted by the council to date show that there's sufficient capacity, and that more than mitigates the impact of the development on the A194 corridor as well.
Thank you. And in terms of before I bring in others, a potential improvement to, or the necessary improvement to the Mill Lane roundabout, has that been factored in and profiled? Does the council have the evidence as to when that's needed? And I think Mr. Green has queried previously how things are likely to be funded. Would the Mill Lane roundabout improvement be wholly a developer contributions, or are there other things that the council is thinking about for that junction?
In terms of upgrading the roundabout, sir, it is identified within the infrastructure delivery plan, and the priority given to it is critical. So it would need to be delivered at a very early stage to provide satisfactory access to the site. In terms of funding, I think we would envisage that would be the developer, Section 106 contributions.
Thank you. And undoubtedly I can cross-reference back to the infrastructure delivery plan, but is there a cost that's been identified and associated with that project? Whilst Mr. Clifford's looking into that, Mrs. Eggleston?
It is our intention that we would deliver the access into the site from Mill Lane, sir. So that would be part of the development costs.
Just the term deliver the access, including any works that are necessary to the roundabout itself?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Thank you. We'll pick up broad headline viability later. Is the council happy? I'll leave you with looking into that now, and I'll hear from others, and we'll come back to you. Yep. Mr. Green, please, on the Mill Lane roundabout.
Yeah, as I said earlier, there's no actual. I kind of think in the traffic assessment, the nearest I can find is Mill Lane. And if you go to the local plan traffic assessment 23, 3.51, and Mill Lane is a road which goes directly off the Mill Lane roundabout up to the A185. If you have a look at the capacity of that, that's nowhere near satisfactory. It's way, way over. Have you managed to get that one up there? 115%, which is way over. So I can't understand, as I say, I can't understand why there hasn't one been actually done on the Mill Lane roundabout itself, but that's the closest I can get to Mill Lane. And in relation to the funding of the Mill Lane roundabout itself, the developers are saying they're going to put an extra arm from the new development up to Whitemare Pool. How does that help the road, the A194 down to Lindisfarne and in the South Shields? It doesn't. You know, it just doesn't make sense. What the entire focus of all of this is on the Whitemare Pool roundabout, but what the developers are forgetting is in the planning is that there's a lot of traffic which heads down into South Shields from the Mill Lane roundabout. And also in relation to funding, there's more infrastructure going to be put in at Whitemare Pool, and I'd just like to ask the council's opinion on, you know, there's a parcel of land up at the top where Whitemare Pool where there's going to be a new
So I'm going to cut in that we're going to
Yeah.
talk about Whitemare Pool separately.
Right,
I just
okay,
wanted to focus
I
now
apologise
on
for that.
Mill
Yeah,
Lane.
I just can't understand with the overcapacity of Mill Lane itself. It's both ways. So you've got it coming onto Mill Lane and coming off Mill Lane. Mill Lane itself is at a standstill and coming in both directions.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgour.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to Mr Green's submission there, I actually welcome the note from Mr Clifford there that this is a critically needed amendment. The development site itself, I'd like to know how the developer looks to be able to contribute to affordable housing, to contribute to the mitigation for biodiversity and fund the roundabout. And I'm glad you clarified, sir, around access onto the site, because that could be taken as the road and the regeneration of the road that is currently kind of a track road, actually. So I'd like to know that. It needs significant enlargement, and what I would say is the schools in that vicinity, and I'm chair of St Joseph's Catholic Academy, is that school is, well, it's at capacity, and it's you know, we're looking to further that as well, and Hebben School is building momentum too. So all of those increases which regards to school intake and things like that coming from Mill Lane onto the Mill Lane roundabout will need to be factored, and they're increasingly you know, the data and the build up of students is year on year. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for my benefit and sort of local geography, this obviously the Mill Lane roundabout is onto the A194 at this point. Is that part of your network, Mr Finch, or is it that part is part of the local road network?
No, sir, that's part of the Mill Lane roundabout. It's part of the local road network. Nothing to do with me, luckily.
Just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you. Mr Clifford, please.
Yes, sir. Just to respond to your earlier point, there's an indicative cost in the IDP for the Mill Lane roundabout improvements, and that indicative cost is £1 million.
Ms. Is it Hampson?
Yes, Hampson. I just want to come back on the point around viability there. We have undertaken our own independent viability assessment, which takes into account all of those factors which have been mentioned and which demonstrates that the site is viable and deliverable.
Thank you. Before we take the lunchtime adjournment, the second part of criterion 5.4 of policy SP8 also refers to vehicular access from Durham Drive. I heard earlier from Mr Clifford that when the council's been looking at this as part of modelling, I think there's been more of an expectation that this would be serving in terms of emergency vehicle, bus. I mean, the policy doesn't say that, so presumably the way the policy's worded would still enable a secondary point of access or other points of access onto Durham Drive for all vehicles.
As it's worded, it would. So after considering the evidence, which we can do this afternoon, you go away and you think actually we ought to qualify it, we can do that as a modification.
Thank you. Before I reflect on that further, can I just check with Laverick Hall Farms whether you see, and then I'll come back to Mr Quigley, the policy operating in that way as access onto Durham Drive being exclusively for emergency vehicles and buses, or primarily for emergency vehicles and buses?
I think we see the primary access onto Mill Lane, onto the 194, but and this followed from the the work that the council had done on the initial master plan, was that some minor secondary access would be permitted onto Durham Drive. So the emphasis would be that that is an active travel and public transport corridor and would cater for emergency vehicles, but that there might be the possibility for some local trips to also happen onto Durham Drive as well. But that's something that will be tested through the planning application process and through a detailed transport assessment. So we haven't got a a firm conclusion on that yet, but certainly that's what we'd understood was the intention.
Yeah, sorry, so I was late there and put me dobber up. Yeah, no, the intention is that it will be open to general traffic. It's not just an emergency and bus access route. What Mr. Clifford, I think, was saying was from the purposes of the assessment, we've assigned the traffic to the principal road network to ensure a robust assessment of the junctions on the principal road network, which we consider to be appropriate for a local plan assessment. But we see the value in having that route through to allow for the internalisation of trips to the area between the allocation and the existing development. So some of the other uses that are included within the allocation, the school and the community facilities that have been mentioned on the other side of the table, we want to try and encourage the internalisation of trips between those to reduce the travel on the external network.
Excuse me, thank you. Mr. Green and then Councillor Kilgour, and then I'm probably taking the lunchtime break. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to, again, you know, we have clarified there that the access road on the 20 mile an hour Durham Drive road isn't just purely for emergency vehicles. It could be for up to 2,000 or 3,000 vehicles daily. The other access road is on the 194, which we've already said is congested daily. So it would either bring it to gridlock, or people would start using areas around Fellgate as a rat run, which is why I asked for all the traffic data in the first place. But basically, with the primary access onto the A194 and the secondary access onto Durham Drive, it would be total gridlock, you know.
Okay. Councillor Kilgour, please.
Thank you, sir. I would like to concur with Mr. Green there, but what I think we fail to remember is that the new tri-station is built in Hebburn, in Moncton, so its access, it wouldn't take an ambulance to travel around the estate to come in on Durham Drive. It will absolutely use what is being termed the primary access on the 194. I think we're looking at flow when we're looking at the strategic network as well. Any arm off onto the new development being called the primary access will slow the flow. So all of the congestion that Mr. Green's mentioned will only be slowed even further because of a further offshot, if you like, with regards to traffic management, however that will be. And actually, the rat run, I would agree, would potentially be through the existing Fellgate estate, but equally potentially through the new development that is proposed coming off Durham Drive and through Durham Drive and out onto what they call the primary network. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, I have been to the area. I will go back once having heard this evidence again to look at kind of the highway conditions on Durham Drive, the surrounding road network. So thank you for those contributions. If there's nothing further from the council in terms of Mill Lane or Durham Drive, no, in which case we'll take lunchtime, excuse me, a lunchtime adjournment. Now, ordinarily to date, I've been allowing around about an hour for lunch. Let me test an alternative. If I said 45 minutes, is that acceptable to people in the room? It's reasonable, still a reasonable lunch break. It's just gone 1:05. Oh dear, I've been in difficulty with clocks previously. My track record here is not good. 10 to 2. Thank you. We'll be back at 10 to 2 in this room. Okay, it's 10 to 2, so I'm resuming these hearing sessions into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. People may have used mobile phones during the lunch break, so can I just gently remind everybody to ensure mobile phones are put back on their switched off or silent modes, please. And I would like to pick up my agenda, still broadly under item 7, but I'd now like to turn to the Whitemare Pool Junction situation. I'm quite clear from the evidence that's been presented to me through the Council's infrastructure planning work and through the submissions from National Highways. This is one of the two areas when we're looking at kind of the cumulative growth of the plan. This is a junction based on the evidence that will need some form of intervention during the plan period. Can I invite, whether it's the Council or National Highways, just very briefly in the first instance, just kind of give us the examination, just an overview of what will be required, or what potentially is required at the Whitemare Pool junction.
Thank you, sir. So the Strategic Road Network Report, INV2, tested what we call the full scheme. So that's all of the various component parts. That's the full scheme, which the estimated cost is 40 million. A further study, Whitemare Pool Threshold Testing Scenarios Report, which is document reference post sub 23, has now been undertaken to refine this evidence, and that provides scenario-based interim solutions to identify the proportion of overall local plan demand that can be accommodated at Whitemare Pool Junction through incremental delivery of the various elements. So the study did not include a vision-led approach to trip rates, but it demonstrated that the full scheme can be incrementally delivered, with the first phase not being required until 2032. And the assessment shows that scenario 5, one of the individual components of the full scheme, east and south arm widening, can deliver 80 to 90% of all local plan demand, or around 2,765 homes, for an indicative cost of £7 to £10 million. What the mitigation is. Right, okay.
Yeah, so Mr. Clifford's just asked me to explain that the full scheme is made up of various elements as he's described. There's improvements on the eastern, southern and northern arm, and then also works to the circulatory carriageway. The incremental work that Mr. Clifford has referenced, we, again, in the model, I don't have detail, do you want me to go into this, but we coded in just the east arm, ran the model, identified a level of development that we thought was achievable at that stage. Then we added in, another arm, reran it, and so on, until we got up to the agreed position, which we agree with National Highways as part of the statement common ground of the full scheme. And therefore we've allocated, based on the number of trips through the junction, we've allocated a level of development that equates to that level of trips through the junction.
Thank you, Mr. Quigley. Can I just clarify, do the improvements to the Whitemare Pool Junction involve any kind of new bridge or rebuilding or replacing some of the existing A18?
So the final phase, where the bulk of the cost comes from, is when there's currently a mound in the middle of the roundabout which holds up the bridge. The intention would be in the final phase that the mound would be removed and it would be supported in with conventional posts, which are then that frees up space to allow us to do works on the circulatory carriageway. So that is the bulk of the scheme cost, but it doesn't need to come in until the end of the different scenarios.
Thank you. I appreciate, as I heard last week when we were discussing the Wardley site, Mr. Finch, obviously, can you claim ownership of Whitemare Pool? Is that part of your network, or is it?
I'll take this one, sir.
Okay.
We've worked extremely closely with the council over the several years. There was a joint study to look at what improvements required to all of the network, strategic road network, as I've previously mentioned. The work looking at how we can break it down into phased delivery is interesting. I, in principle, agree with it. However, we've now received further information, as previously mentioned, looking at the vision-led approach, which will push some of these improvements further, kick the can down the road a little bit. We're also working with them, looking at the potential to bring forward variable message signs. The way the junction works is it's very peaky in the northeast. It's not a traffic problem during the day for all day. It's a morning peak hour. Do we spend hundreds of millions of pounds trying to tackle that problem for a half an hour a day problem? What we've got to do... Sorry,
Mr. Finch, can I just double check? Is it just exclusively the morning peak, or do you experience
both morning and evening peaks?
Okay.
And so we're looking at how we manage that problem. National Highways have changed their view slightly in that we will accept some delays on the network. It is no longer making sure that we just take all the development and have to mitigate everything. However, we do stress that we've got to make sure that it maintains operating safely at all times. So we are also looking at the possibility of providing some variable message signs towards Follinsby, as we were discussing on Friday, to warn that a queue is ahead. There is a queue to the roundabout. You will always get a queue as you approach a roundabout in the morning, whether it's in the morning or evening peak hour. It's how long that queue is. So there are other alternatives. However, we do agree that the full scheme that's been proposed will mitigate the impact of the local plan. I can't agree at this stage exactly when the interim measures are required. I keep referring to scale and location of development because you can build further away from it, excuse me, and it might not be required. However, between now and when you come back, I'm sure we will have agreed with the council some indicative dates, and then any transport assessment supporting development would need to pick that up as part of its planning application.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear at this moment in time, Mr. Finch, notwithstanding statements of common ground that you've entered into the council, with the council, is it the position of National Highways that you want additional time to look at the threshold report and the outputs?
So we did agree originally a statement of common ground. We're still happy with that. However, further information has been submitted with regard to the vision-led approach, which will alter the timing of when improvements are to come forward. We will discuss that with the council during the summer recess of this EIP, and we'll have something for you when we get back. However, in principle, we are happy that the full mitigation is, I'll stress, is acceptable and mitigates the local plan and is within scale, with the right scale for the plan making process. However, we've not quite agreed the timing of it yet.
Okay, just so I'm clear from National Highways before I come back to the council on this, I think you said a moment ago, Mr. Finch, that I think you agree in principle in terms of the, if we call it the phased or the incremental approach that the council's kind of been exploring and testing in terms of the burden of improvements that Junction proportionate to the local plan growth. I don't take it you're stepping away from that. You just want further assurance about when the trigger point is.
So we provided in the evidence pack some breakdowns of the drawings for you, so you can see what improvements. If a site was to come forward to the north of White Maple, it would have more of an impact on certain legs. We've got to understand what the council understands, how they understand development is going to come forward. Once we have an understanding of that, in principle, we can come up with some dates of when we think the improvement should be in place. However, if all the development comes forward at once, then we would look for all the improvements to come forward at once.
Thank you. Before I bring in others, if I invite the council on this point, Mr. Shadow-Raven.
I was just going to say that so National Highways are happy in principle with the fall mitigation scheme. We're happy in principle the development can fund it. It's not going to be needed, the fall scheme is not going to be needed right until the very end, if even then. National Highways have in their possession now some further information from us in relation to a vision-led approach and what impact that might have still on delaying the need for the implementation of these measures, on which they're going to come back. So we can work on the premise that there is a workable scheme and it's fundable. So far as the timing of interventions is concerned, that will very much turn on the SPD, which is to be produced, and also any master plan that's required, upon which all reserve matters will need to be based if it's an outline application. And that master plan, which will have to be approved as part of the development management process, will identify the phasing of development, where that development is to take place, and therefore inform National Highways as to what interventions are needed and when.
Just want to be clear from both the council and National Highways, when you reference, you've both referred to the full scheme. Now, I'd be inclined to interpret that as the £40 million solution, or is it an alternative? Is it the £7 to £10 million that Mr. Clifford's referred to as potentially being a more sort of cost-effective way of getting most of the benefit? Mr. Finch first.
Thank you, sir. The scheme, the full scheme as referred to it, which is including the alterations to the central gyratory, which is, as Mr. Quigley says, is the expensive bit. That was based on a very robust assessment originally as part of the modelling. Since then, we are now looking at reducing the need to travel in line with the current circular. That may reduce the overall amount of mitigation that's required. However, we've not reviewed that information as yet. We are confident that there is a scheme that can be delivered based on the robust assessment. That may come down a little bit once we've looked at the revised proposals. Also, that's a very robust cost. It includes a lot of risk. As that scheme will be designed up, you would design the risk out, and I would expect that cost to come down considerably.
Thank you. I'll hear from others, but hear from Mr. Quigley, and then I'll come back to the council.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just to sort of try and clarify some of that. So the full scheme, the £40 million scheme, has that position has been agreed with National Highways as a scheme that will facilitate all of the local plan. The incremental testing work sought to identify what could be achieved by smaller elements of that and more cost-effective solutions. As Mr. Clifford said, the east and south arm, which is a 7 to 10 million cost, we thought it got about 80 to 90% of the local plan development away. We have subsequently, as I said at the start, we haven't been using vision-led trip rates for this. So the work that we've been doing more recently has been trying to use those vision-led trip rates, and that is demonstrating that we can get 98+% away just off those two schemes, the East and South Arm. Again, at that 7 to 10 million cost, obviously substantial reduction in the cost. That work, I don't believe, has yet been submitted to yourself, which obviously we could do if you want us to do that. And I don't believe National Highways have had an opportunity to comment on that yet either.
That's what they're going to be looking at over the summer.
Yeah.
And in terms of where that additional work might take us, I mean, my inclination would be an update to the infrastructure delivery plan.
I think that's absolutely right, we can discuss what information needs to be circulated once National Highways come back to us on the stuff we've given them, so that we can come back to you, to the examination, with an agreed position and any further data which you need.
Thank you. I mean, that would obviously keep the door open to come back to the Fellgate matter as part of stage 2 hearings. Obviously, what I've got in mind from previous plan examinations and other plan examinations is, when we'll come on to this at the end of today, when we start looking at kind of delivery or anticipated delivery at Fellgate, is it going to come forward? Is it caught by any potential critical infrastructure requirements that need to be delivered within a certain time? So if there is further dialogue that can kind of help inform that, hopefully provide assurance that what's anticipated to happen, certainly if anything is being assumed within 5 years from plan adoption, there's either the infrastructure capacity, or we know what's needed within that, particularly that very short term, it costs X, and there's a reasonable prospect that either the development can cover that cost, or we're looking at another mechanism, including Section 106 or highway contributions.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's where I want to get to.
Yeah, and stage 2 will deal with that, and also the wording of the policy, which may need to be modified to accommodate any of those contingencies.
Thank you. I will bring in others. I was going to ask, I mean, it is a point that Mr. Green has raised in terms of how much this all potentially costs, and I appreciate that's still probably to be refined further depending on kind of modelling. So I think from what I'm hearing this afternoon, I'm not overly focused on the ultimate £40 million cost that's kind of been assigned to this, but it might be a cost that's slightly less. In terms of potential funding for this, is the anticipation that it's wholly for development to cover that cost? Are there any other potential sources of funding, whether it's the road investment strategy or anything else that can assist on that point? Shall I hear from Mr. Mail first and then Mr. Finch?
Thank you, sir. So in terms of how we foresee this to be possibly funded, is that, if you're not aware, the regional mayor has recently identified and announced a regional transport plan. We as a council have submitted the interim proposals at Whitemare Pool for consideration in that plan under a transport pipeline of schemes. You will refer on Friday, I made reference to the fact that the regional mayor is likely to secure, or has secured, £1.85 billion worth of investment starting from 2027 to 2032. Whilst there's a lot of announcements around Washington Loop and the £900 million to support that, we firmly foresee this as being a regionally significant investment programme as a scheme, and we would be looking to secure investment from that regional mayor's portfolio of investment. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's
with import developer contributions as well.
Yeah. Well, I will get my head around this in the fullness of time. So that's NECA.
Certainly, so yeah, that's the North East Combined Authority Regional Transport Plan, and there is a transport pipeline that's been identified as part of that.
Thank you. Mr. Finch, please.
Yes, I can confirm, sir, there's currently no road investment strategy funds identified for any schemes in this area.
And just to check in on that, Mr. Finch, no new road investment strategy on the horizon or process that this can...
We've had a very successful partnership with the council over the last 10 years. We've delivered testos, we've delivered lane gain, lane drop on the Tyne Tunnel approach, and we worked with them to get the improvements for Mill Lane roundabout because they had the benefit for national highways. We'll continue to seek funds to try and deliver things. As I say, we've been successful in the past. However, currently there's no funds on the horizon. We don't understand from government yet what funds we're going to have to deliver anything like this.
Thank you. Mr. Mayo.
Thanks, sir. It was just a point of reference regarding the interim scheme that James referred to. The council was successful pre-COVID for national productivity investment funding. This allowed for a raft of improvements on the approach to Whitemare Pool. It delivered a filter lane on the approach to turn right onto the Felon bypass. We implemented the scheme after the COVID period, and I think it's been operational around about sort of 18 months, if not slightly longer. So we implemented an interim scheme on the backdrop of that joint working arrangement with National Highways. Thank you.
Okay, if I can bring in others then, please, on the Whitemare Pool Junction specifically. Mr. Green first, and then Councillor Kilgour.
Yeah, just with this scheme, HS2 comes to mind. Nobody knows how much anything's going to cost. I'm just going to 316 on the infrastructure delivery plan, strategic road modelling. Mr. Clifford and a couple of other people have been saying that it's coming in towards the end of the scheme. But on 316, strategic road modelling undertaken by National Highways has also identified that interim improvements at the A194M and A184 and Whitemare Pool Roundabout Junction will be required in the short term, including, for example, improvements to the northbound and westbound approaches. So that goes against it being towards the end of the term. That's in the short term, so that's going to be needed sort of immediately. And I believe that's the lead up to Whitemare Pool and going back to Durham Drive is going to be put in immediately anyway. That's the plan, to put those that infrastructure in straight away. And scrolling back down to 3.21 of the infrastructure delivery plan, again it goes on. I'll not read the whole lot. It goes on about funding, but nothing's. There's may kick the can down the road. In the meantime, that development's going to go ahead and they kick the can down the road. You're not only going to have all the traffic that's also, and this is a point we missed earlier this morning, all the traffic from all the big developments in South Shields comes up the A194 to the Mill Lane roundabout. There's a massive development at Old Holborn currently being built in South Shields, and there's no funding there. I mean, the council's saying that will come from there. They're saying no, it's not us. It's not a plan. It is. I think Mr. Finch? It said it's kicking the can down the road. Now, there's 1.6 billion of funding, which the mayor says is going to come into this area, but 900 million of that's spent in this area already, and they're not going to put any more into it. They've had the testos, a Junction, which was a major building, and it's brilliant, but again, it backs up. And the money is not going to be there. And in the meantime, the developers, if they got permission, would go ahead with the build. And you're also talking about construction traffic as well. I think this is being left out of it as well. Where is the construction traffic? Get in and come out, and But yeah, I mean, funding, it's just not there. It's just not there.
Councillor Kilgour, please.
Thank you, sir. I think we've got a couple of questions, certainly from residents initially. Would Whitemare Pool improvements be needed if Bolden, Clevedon and Whitburn sites were developed? And if the policy is to be modified in any way, would it have to go back out to consultation? The points that I would like to make are around the kicking the can down the road, the messaging signs. At the date at which this plan was produced and the date at which we've been asked to restrict our representations on is with regards to the MPPF September 2023. So for me, I think bringing in the vision-led figures now is probably outwith of what we're looking at currently. I notice on the examination and public evidence pack from National Highways that they note that collision clusters exist around the circulatory and the southern approach on the A194M. Common causations include poor lane change manoeuvres, carelessness, sudden braking, fatigue, failing to look properly, and general distractions. It goes on, and there's a huge raft of information that I've literally put in red because it is really concerning. What I'll go back to the extent to which the developer is prepared to fund, because in my opinion, I wouldn't be funding something to assist the entire local plan if that was coming out of the build profits. I don't think, I think we need to go back again, because my feeling would be that it would be the arm developed into the site. So I'm not convinced that that would involve any amendments to the roundabout. And furthermore, I think every bit of evidence that we've seen, these vision-led figures, we can't just chop and change and move the goalposts around what will fit to make this development come forward or viable. I understand that development, planning law now is in presumption of favour of development. We're talking about greenbelt policy here, where we're establishing exceptional need to develop, and I don't think we've got exceptionality here that would prevent these implications not coming into place until the kind of the back end of the development. With regards to NECA, we know, I welcome any support from our mayor in regards to funding, but I think, as Dave Green has said, we've had our fair share thus far. And I'm not quite confident that, given the metro expectation, that is going to marry up, because that infrastructure isn't necessarily tied in to a Mill Lane metro station that we're not going to get. So I'm really dubious about the projections, and also in this document it also states that at the high end it would cost 50 million, not 40. So I think we're really looking at forcing the most minimal impact or minimal input to develop what could be seen as a 3,000 home development, and I'm not convinced that this is an accurate reflection, or that vision-led is really worth the paper it's written on, if I'm honest, at the moment, realistically.
Okay, thank you for that. A number of points there. Before the council or National Highways want to pick up some of those, can I invite Mrs. Eggleston again before I bring in National Highways from the site promoters' perspective, please?
Yes, so I just wanted to pick up the point that the recent work that the council has been doing, which talks about the incremental implementation of the works, then we're very supportive of that, and what that actually shows is that it's not a big bang solution, that actually the works that are recommended at Whitemare Pool can be implemented in several phases over several years and can incrementally release developments within the local plan. And it is worth noting that actually that scheme is there to mitigate the full local plan, and indeed the reports that the council has submitted as part of the evidence shows that it more than mitigates for the impact of the local plan. It actually results in a significant betterment over and above that which would have been the case if those works wouldn't have been in place, even allowing for the traffic that's generated by all of those local plan developments. And I think that we welcome the information that the vision-led work is going to be submitted in the near future, and that's something that, you know, we'll be very keen to have a look at. But actually, in the document on the threshold testing that was released 2 or 3 weeks ago, then actually, as Mr. Quigley said, then that shows that up to 90% of the local plan, based on the current robust estimates, which Mr. Finch has said, you know, they're robust trip rates, they don't allow for any of the vision-led aspects. We've already got, with part of that scheme and a significant proportion of that scheme in terms of the works to the southern and eastern arms of the junction, actually just the works on those 2 arms alone would deliver over 90%, up to 90% of that, and by the sounds of it, well over 90% once some of these aspects in terms of looking at what the opportunities for more sustainable travel modes, which again fits comfortably within what national policy recommends, both from National Highways and in the MPPF. And just the final point was just that Mr. Finch did mention that the costs are likely to come down from those that are set out in the IDP as opposed to going up.
Mr. Finch, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm beginning to regret using the phrase "kick the can down the road." It's not quite what I meant. Just the improvements, the timing of the improvements will need to be assessed in light of the vision-led approach. Vision-led approach came in December 2022, so it's not new. However, the initial work to do all the modelling, which takes time, was actually undertaken prior to us starting that approach from National Highways. The infrastructure delivery plan we see as a live document. This will continue to be discussed with the council of when the improvements are identified, and I would see the transport assessment advising, well, that comes in with the planning application, advising that, and we will be able to update it.
Thank you. Councillor, for pick up one of the Councillor Kilgore's point, I'll give the opportunity to the council.
Which point is that?
I'm going to come back on, well, there's obviously both points. There's one point I'm interested in is around the proportionality. Obviously, we're here talking about Fellgate today, and I think there's probably a anticipation or connection being made that because Whitemaypool Junction is close to Fellgate, Fellgate's going to be covering the cost of improving this junction. But as the point's been made, this junction needs to be improved cumulative, to accommodate the cumulative impact of the plan. Now, I don't know if the council's had a view through its IDP or whatever process. No, we think that the Fellgate development is going to largely cover the cost or wholly cover the cost of this development, or whether there's some thought process to whether cumulatively other developments are going to contribute to the cost.
Thank you, sir. The view we take is that the upgrade to Whitemaypool roundabout, this development will cover a proportion of that cost, but not necessarily the whole cost, because obviously it will not be exclusively the cause of impact on that junction.
Sorry, yeah, if I could just say that the assessment, the local plan assessment, was a cumulative assessment where all of the individual allocations were tested individually. So therefore, there is a cumulative impact from a range of developments on Whitemaypool.
So essentially, other allocations will be expected to make a proportionate contribution towards the highway works, which are necessitated by local plan growth.
Thank you. And the second point I think was raised by, or the first point raised by Councillor Kilgore, was around the kind of, is it valid at this moment in time to start thinking or applying vision-led sort of a vision-led approach and how those figures might be derived. And I think I heard earlier there's been no sort of assumptions around modal shift necessarily applied. The modelling, I think as Mr Finch described earlier, was robust, which I tried to say was a worst case scenario, but I think he was quite firm. I just stick to the phrase robust. Obviously it is in the Department for Transport circular. It's not, or it wasn't in the MPPF, against which this plan has been assessed for soundness. If I was thinking about potential main modifications, to put something in around vision-led approach to transport in policy SP8 in particular for this development, it sounds like the evidence might be there to support that.
Yeah, gone are the days when we simply provide capacity to meet congestion, and then that capacity is exceeded yet again because people are encouraged to use those modes of transportation, like the private motor car. The emphasis now is on a change in that culture, and one of the aspects is of government's intervention here is to change expectation and habits. The point about having an allocation as large as this is that you can actually influence travel patterns and travel behavior by what's known as internalization. That's making sure that people have access to local services to meet their everyday needs without having to use a motor car, and access to other modes of transport. So I think once those figures have been digested and we come back, we can then look to see how best we can incorporate any policy changes in order to give expression to that objective.
Mr Quigley.
Just as one final thing, I do think it's appropriate that we look at it in the vision-led approach, because that is the prevailing policy that we are working to, and that is the policy that the applicants will be expected to follow when they roll out their developments during the lifetime of the plan.
Mrs Eggleston.
I just wanted to point to a reference in the Council's threshold testing report, para 116, which does acknowledge the fact that there will be a need for further modelling of individual developments such that their specific impacts can be tested, and that's what will be undertaken as part of any subsequent planning application when this comes forward, so that we can actually establish what the effects are of and impacts of Fellgate are, sitting alongside what the cumulative impacts of the whole local plan are. So going to your point about proportionality, then that's already acknowledged within their document in terms of, yes, we're talking about phased implementation of infrastructure, but and that relates to implementation of the scheme in particular, but it does also reference the fact that individual developments will also need to come forward and show what their own individual impacts are, such that that can then be set out and phased alongside the infrastructure phasing as well.
Thank you. Mr Finch.
Thank you, sir. There is some emerging guidance on the vision-led approach. However, National Highways are waiting for it to be signed off by DFT, so at the moment it's been a long wait. We will look at reducing trips, looking at how we can encourage the trips to be reduced. However, any applicant will need to back it up with some evidence to support why we have a reduced trip number. This may be by the improved bus services, metro, walking and cycling, but we will need evidence to support it. It's not just we now accept lower numbers. There will be evidence behind it that will be submitted as part of the transport assessment.
Councillor Kilgar and then Mr Green, please.
Thank you, sir. Just to come back on a couple of points, Mrs Eggleston did say, unless I misheard, that they would cover the costs of that construction, full stop. That there was no mention of apportionment or anything like that. So that gives me some consternation. I think with regards to what will be neglected as a result, so a developer no matter how big or small, if the investment is going to be in the infrastructure or around the infrastructure, what is the impact on affordable housing? What is the impact on biodiversity net gain? We're not interested in credits, we're interested in maintaining and retaining the site as it is. I'm not comfortable around, and I don't blame anyone for that. I think we're in a really difficult position, but I think that there seem to be no definitives at all, and it's all, you know, if, and I don't think we can base our responses on maybes. Thank you.
Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, just going on funding, you know, Mrs. Eggleston, you know, she mentioned funding, but it's not guaranteed either when there's one house down, or whether when the 1,200 or the 3 houses or 3,000 houses are built, or 1,200. You know, the funding isn't guaranteed, so you could find that you built the houses and then the infrastructure just isn't there. And the other thing was Gateshead Council's the statement of common ground. Did they mention that they weren't going to put any costs, I believe, towards any of the infrastructure at Whitemare Pool? I mean, I kind of find, I've got that many reports open on me thing, I kind of find the Gateshead statement of common ground, but I believe, you know, from last week, they weren't going to contribute to it. And the other thing is, I mean, there's a piece of land just off Whitemare Pool, which I believe may not be owned by Laverick or the church commissioners. Now, as in the case which would be here as Town End Farm, would developers, would the funding authorities be held up to ransom for this land? You know, if that piece of land isn't owned by either of them, would they be held to ransom for it, and would that then be an escalation of the costs again? I believe it, you know, well, Laverick can answer that one, but I believe there's a little piece of land, a little parcel there, which isn't owned by either of them. Now, the statement of common grounds they put out the other day, statement of common ground from Laverick et al. Does not state who owns this piece of land. Can they confirm whether the land is for sale, and whether an actual cost is being agreed and contracted by the owner of the land?
Thank you. Can I turn that around the other way, possibly for National Highways or the council, in terms of, I think Mr. Finch, you referred to the scheme that's in the evidence pack provided by National Highways. Is that wholly within highway land? Can you recall or advise?
I think, excuse me, I think it requires some land from Laverick Park on the approach, but it's very close. I can't tell from the plan I've got in front of me, but I'll take that away and confirm for you, sir.
Is anybody able from Laverick Hall Farm? I mean, I've got the statement of common ground, and I think it's the second plan that's appended, nice and colourful, but it does show sort of other land, including land very close to Whitemare Pool.
Laverick Hall Farm Limited doesn't control the field that's immediately in the northeast quadrant of Whitemare Pool roundabout, but it does control the land that's beyond that. So that's that position, yeah. In terms of the scheme then, as Mr. Finch said, that it's difficult to see where that sits in terms of boundaries. We've only got the drawings that are on the council scheme, but certainly when we've looked at their scheme and overlaid it on a topographical base that we've got ourselves, which we've been looking at for other aspects of the site, then it does appear that the scheme on the widening section to the north, that would fit within third-party land. There may need to be some reworking of some of the alignment of the footway provision around that quadrant as well. But yeah, it looks at that there's a good potential that could be fitted in within highway land in that quadrant, and it isn't land that's needed from Laverick Hall Farm Limited on that approach.
Okay, before I come back to Mr. Finch, Mr. Quigley.
Yeah, just on that scheme, I mean, it's an indicative scheme to demonstrate the principle of local plan delivery. Potentially when, you know, you become to do the detail design in more detail, you might be able to look at that and address those issues. So that kind of, you know, addresses that point. But also just to reiterate, we from the work we're currently doing, we believe that the south and eastern arm can deliver 98% of the plan with division-led trips. So there's sort of two potential answers to that question.
Mr Finch.
So I am confident that the northbound approach can be constructed within the highway boundary, and we also understand the westbound approach and the relocation of bus stops can be provided within the highway boundary. We're talking of a very slim slither of land just on the radius in the northeast sector of the roundabout. As I said earlier, I would just have to go away and check on that, whether that is within the highway boundary, because it's not clear on these plans. I apologise, sir.
Thank you. If I can, I take the point we're dealing with sort of fairly sort of high level strategic matters. This is a strategic policy, but I think if Mr Finch wants to look into that and come back, that would be helpful. So I'll leave that.
I would say, sir, if it is as close as it is, we would hope we would be able to redesign it slightly to avoid any third-party land, but I can't give you a confirmation of that at this stage.
Thank you. Very briefly before I move on, Mr Green.
Yeah, it's just, I'll tell you exactly where the piece of land is. There's the Waymaker roundabout, and it's right here where they actually want to build the infrastructure. How do you design around? Yeah, I don't know how you can design around that. It's there. And if I owned that piece of land, I'd certainly hold everybody to ransom.
So I'm looking at, this is a plan that's provided as part of the Statement of Common Ground. Here's the Whitemare Pool roundabout.
It would be that little, I believe it would be that little piece of purple there. Yeah, and it's worth it. It's, you know, you're talking about 40 million for the Waymere Pool infrastructure, but this could be held at ransom. Could up by 10 million, 20 million. I know what I'd do. No, but yeah.
Thank you.
I'll not tell you at the minute because I farm that bit of land as well, and I know who it belongs to.
Okay. Excuse me. The action is left with Mr Finch to help assist on this point. I've taken the general points around, you know, let's, you know, this could be a matter of detail for later consideration, but Ms Eggleston, finally on this point before I move on.
Just to reconfirm on that point, sir, that our belief is that when it's overlaid on an updated topographical survey, then there is a good chance that we can bring that the scheme can come out of third-party land on the approach to the roundabout, and with some redesign of the footway, as Mr Finch said. And I just wanted to clarify the point that Councillor Gilgore, the question that she posed earlier on, then in responding earlier on, yes, the development would be required to pay for the costs of the access into the site from Mill Lane, and that's our intention that would happen. The discussions that we've just been having about the proportionate costs and a contribution towards the scheme relate to the Whitemare Pool element of the scheme. So that was just the distinction between those two pieces of infrastructure. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you. Okay, so finally on transport, please. I've heard what everybody had to say about various kind of highway issues. Just very finally, it was my matters and issues question 515. There have been various statements of common ground that the council's entered into. There's reference earlier to Gateshead, but also for the national highways. And my reading from those statements of common ground is there are potential, they're small, but there are potential modifications to the wording of policy SP8. So the first one I've registered is with Gateshead. In terms of the council's, I think, response is to propose deleting where appropriate from criterion 5B. So it would read incorporating convenient, segregated, safe and high quality bus, pedestrian and cycle routes. No, it's in a statement of common ground. I think I'm just checking in to just make sure we're, yeah, that we're. And then with national highways, I think the council is suggesting a new bullet point 53E, that development contributes to the provision of a high quality bus service. I think that goes back to my point earlier about the potential of bus being part of the vision-led, a vision-led approach. And then just coming back to bullet point 5.5 of policy SP8. I think again this is with national highways. Is my understanding this is more a clarification. I think I've got it on page 7 of the Statement of Common Ground with national highways.
Sorry, sir, I just didn't have it in front of me. Yes, we continue to work with them to agree. As I say, the infrastructure delivery plan's a live document. Statements come around, we are happy to make these amendments. They've been discussed with the council.
Thank you. I'm going to draw a line under transport. I'm going to move on straight away to flood risk, which is item 8 on the agenda. I suspect there'll be some new people at the table. Excuse me, whilst that's underway, just to pick up from where we, in terms of what we were discussing on that final point, I fully understand and take the point that the council and its consultants and National Highways obviously looking at the threshold testing further around the Whitemare Pool junction. I'm not going to ask the council now to give me a timetable for when that likely output is, but I am keen on Thursday this week. I think I've got it as a sort of an administrative session. It will be just with the council and the programme officer, but publicly accessible, viewable. I will want to understand what the kind of the roadmap to stage 2 could look like and timeframes. I think this will be part of that consideration. So there's a bit of time between now and Thursday to kind of think about when this could be done. I'll leave it there now. I'm not asking for a...
We very much depend upon Mr. Finch and his colleagues coming back to us with an indicative timescale as to their response, which we can then tie up.
Are you able to advise Mr. Finch and colleagues, are you around for like the next 48 hours to liaise with the council? Not necessarily in this room, I'm not.
So we have received the revised documents, as I mentioned earlier, that they are being reviewed. At present, we will provide information back to Mr. Alley, and then he will share it with the council. I would expect that, if not the end of this week, but by the end of next week.
Oh, well, that's very helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, can I just, is there anything else you require me for, or can we run? Can I go?
No, my mind can drift off in all sort of weird and wonderful ways, but I think I'm now drawing a line under transport. We are going to move on to flood risk. If there is anything, Mr. Finch, I'll obviously relay that through the programme officer. Okay, thank you. Okay, if I can turn to item 8 on my agenda, and it's flood risk. This has been raised at various sessions previously in relation to the principle of looking at Fellgate. Mr. Green has mentioned this on several occasions and provided photographs that are appended to his statement. I'm also aware from wider reading that this is obviously a significant issue of concern for local residents. Obviously, the principle of planning is to avoid development going into the areas of highest flood risk, but also to ensure that where development does take place, it doesn't increase the risk of flooding elsewhere. On this, that not increasing the risk of flooding, national policy obviously encourages the use of sustainable urban drainage systems to manage surface water runoff, so it's controlled. and it's often presented as part of planning casework that drainage systems, managed drainage systems, can actually improve the rates of runoff, which might sound counterintuitive when you think this is an open piece of land. If development's on there, it follows that there's going to result in more runoff and more risk of flooding. I'd just like to start with the council, please. I say it's my MIQ 5.16, and just to check with the council, as I understand it, your evidence is that the whole of this site is within flood zone 1, the area of lowest flood risk.
Yes, sir. A level 1 strategic flood risk assessment was undertaken, and that found that the site was in flood zone 1 in its entirety. It also found that the risk from surface water flooding was low, and that is reflected in the Environment Agency flood maps, which show the site 100% in flood zone 1. And it's also reflected in the fact that the site passed the sequential flood test that was undertaken.
Thank you. And in terms of the level 1 strategic flood risk assessments, this was produced in 2022 and then sort of further updated in 2023. So that's the most recent up-to-date flood risk, strategic flood risk assessment level 1.
That's correct, sir.
And you've mentioned, Mr. Clifford, obviously by reference to Environment Agency mapping. I've been reading the material around the plan. Have the Environment Agency or the local lead flood authority objected to the local plan on flood risk grounds at any stage in relation to this Fellgate site?
No, sir, there's been no objection from the Environment Agency in relation to this site.
Thank you. Now, there are 2 watercourses that cross the proposed Fellgate site, Monkton Burn and Calf Close Burn. Just to check, neither of those in themselves generate a higher sort of river watercourse kind of flood risk in terms of flood zone 2 or flood zone 3.
Michelle Hogg, Service Lead for Environmental Protection. So certainly within the area that we're talking about, according to the flood maps, there's no flood zone B or anything around that location. But obviously watercourses, there is flood zone B sort of downstream. But in terms of when you're directing surface water from the site, you're following existing drainage patterns. So there's the ability for when you're developing a site to retain surface water within the site and obviously discharge that at greenfield runoff rates. So essentially you mimic those natural drainage patterns so that you wouldn't then be increasing flood risk downstream from the site. So that's something that can be mitigated within the site.
Thank you. I mean, there is various evidence before me in relation to, I mean, it's photographic evidence in the main that shows, I'm being invited, that it shows flooding related to these 2 watercourses within the Fellgate area. I mean, as a sort of just a baseline situation, I mean, is that accepted that has been flood risk? Because obviously flood mitigation measures have been put in place adjacent to Durham Drive.
Yes, that is correct. So there is a flood mitigation scheme that was installed in 2015. Well, sorry, it started in September 2014 and was completed in December 2015. But in respect of the watercourses, they present no flood risk to residential properties or infrastructure. Some of the pictures that show that flooding happened after a very intense period of heavy rainfall. It was one of our wettest since 1836, so you'd had a significant period of rain. So obviously that was reflected in those pictures that we got. Those watercourses naturally fall and rise with rainfall, but it's not presenting any flood risk to the properties that's within the borough.
Thank you. Invite Mr. Green first. Obviously, you've provided kind of various evidence with your statement.
Flooding downstream. When Fellgate floods, this occurred. The flood defences were put in 2016. They were completed in 2016. We did highlight this within all of our statements that accurate reports were removed by the council prior or during the consultation period. But I just want to, what Mr. Clifford says. Actually, if you go on the sequential flood test report, Fellgate's down as 0% for surface water and 0% flood risk. Now, last February 24, there was a lot of rain. The park flooded, and the park remained closed for about 3 to 4 months with sewage concerns. In April, on April the 9th, 2024, it wasn't over a prolonged period. It was in one afternoon. And what happened was, pictures speak louder than words. If you want to go up on my appendix, or I can just show you the picture. Jeff's Farm, you'll not be able to see it. You're better off on the appendix. Jeff's Farm flooded. We've got video evidence that picture 1 was in Mr. Alderslade's farm. It's severely flooded. We have got video evidence of that. Picture 2 is Monkton Gardens, which is currently getting built over the road. That is Monkton Lakes. Picture 3 was a footbridge on Calf Close, which was underwater. Picture 4 was, I can't quite remember, I believe that was by the metro station. Picture 5, it was further downstream, but what happens is when Fellgate floods, it goes through Calf Close, which is the footbridges underwater. It then goes to an area called the Robin Hood, which is, it's always flooded. It goes through there, floods the Robin Hood. This is Primrose. It then carries on to Primrose Nature Reserve. It then carries down to Bede Ward, which floods. It's just below the cemetery. And then what happens is it heads to the Tyne, but because the Tyne's tidal, it then pushes it all back up again. So it then comes back up again, and there's major sewerage concerns as well, because the overflows are opening on when there's a little bit of rain. I mean, they were open, forgive the downpour yesterday afternoon, but yesterday morning they were open with just a little skirting of rain. They will have been open again on the afternoon because there was a massive amount of rain. But to say that there's 0% flood risk is just farcical, to be quite honest. And if you go on to the sustainability appraisal report, 5.21, Monkton Burn and Calf Close Burn lie within areas of flood zones. This is a council report, 3A or 3B. 5 of the 54 Fellgate and Headworth sites are expected to have significant negative effects in relation to strategic SA objectives. I don't know what the objective is, but basically what they're saying is we're not a flood zone 1. We're a flood zone 3A and a 3B. Everybody knows it. And, there's no way you can skirt over it because the evidence is there. It's pictorial. It's in the council reports. And also the reports, the Statement of Common Grounds from Laverick and the Church Commissioners also go on the fact that it's level 1 flooding. It's not level 1 flooding, so those statements of common ground are totally incorrect. It's based on a level 1, which is totally farcical.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Green. Before I bring in Mr. McBride and others, obviously I'm mindful that various parcels and areas of Fellgate have been assessed through sustainability appraisal. Is Mr. Green directing me to the parcel that's been allocated, or are there other parcels of land at the wider Fellgate area that are flood zone 2 or contain parts of flood zone 2, flood zone 3?
So I believe Mr. Green is not referring to parcel SFG075, which is the site which the council is proposing for allocation. So I believe he's referring to other land which may be in the broader Fellgate area, but is not the site which is being proposed for allocation.
I'll look further into that, Mr. Green. Can I hear next from Mr. McBride and then Councillor Kilgore, please? And then I'll come back to the land promoters.
I'm speaking as a resident. Basically, what I'm going to tell you now is I lived directly opposite the proposed Felgate Sustainable Growth Site, SP8, for many years. I've seen this area flood many times, and I believe that allocating this land for housing without a full and honest assessment of the flood risk puts both new and existing residents at unnecessary risk. The sequential test version 2, dated the 4th of January 2024, confirms the Fellgate site lies entirely within flood zone 1. No significant risk from surface water flooding. The test is passed. This conclusion is built on incomplete and unreliable data. The 2011 PFRA highlighted major concerns with the quality of historical flood data it was based on. It stated that flood records were collected and recorded in an inconsistent manner, that precise locations and extent of flooding is unknown, and that gaps in the flood data may hinder the identification of accurate flood risk areas. It also pointed out that records varied in quality between departments and were often based on how individual officers chose to record them. In other words, the evidence base was patchy at best. The second cycle PFRA, reviewed during 2017, used an addendum to update the Council's PFRA risk assessment published in 2011. It recorded there is no changes to our assessment since publication of the ongoing PFRA, since the publication of the original PFRA. In December 2011, that have added to or changed our understanding of significant flooding risks in the South Tyneside area. No flood events have occurred since publication of the original PFRA report in 2011. As a result, major local events, including the 2012 flood that affected 175 homes on the Fellgate estate, were officially ignored. Information in the 2011 PFRA forms part of the evidence base used to support the sequential test for the proposed site. The site clearly, can I just take me a second? The site has a clear history of contributing to major flooding in the area. The land in question plays a direct role in surface water runoff affecting the Fellgate estate, which has flooded repeatedly over the years. In 2005, there were multiple flood events, all recorded by South Tyneside Council. In 2012, South Tyneside Council and Northumbrian Water jointly reported 175 homes on the estate were affected by flooding. That means Fellgate accounted for 44% of all residential properties affected by flooding in the borough on that day. Flood and Coastal Management Strategy 2017-2022, Section 3.2, Historical Flooding, identifies Fellgate as an area that was affected by internal flooding. In December 23 and February 24, surface water again breached the defences, with standing water on development fields and overtopping onto the roadway at Durham Drive. The 2014 Surface Water Management Plan specifically lists Fellgate as a hotspot. It directly attributes the cause of flooding of surface water runoff from the agricultural land, the same land now being proposed for development. These aren't rare or hypothetical risks. They're well documented and recurring events affecting real homes. Existing flood defences are already stretched, adding housing will make it worse. After the 2012 floods, the Fellgate award-winning flood scheme was completed in 2016. It cost £2.5 million and include the installation of attention basins, particularly Basin 2 near Durham Drive, to manage surface water runoff from the fields. But even with the scheme in place, the situation still is fragile. In periods of heavy rainfall, Basin 2 regularly overtops, flooding the nearby farm track and encroaching onto the road on Durham Drive. The field behind the basin are often covered in standing water. This tells us two things. The current system is only just coping as it is. Introducing hundreds of homes and driveways, all non-permeable surfaces, will increase runoff significantly and put even more pressure on those defences and the storm and foul sewer system. To make matters worse, no regular maintenance of the defences has taken place since the scheme was completed. Basin 2 is now overgrown and has been turned into a habitat for newts. That may be fine for the wildlife, but is not fine for the flood management. There is no control of surface water discharges from the proposed development site, and both drainage networks simply cannot cope. It clearly impacts on the car flows burn during periods of heavy rainfall. The site has already contributed to major surface water flooding, including events that affect almost half the estate. The flood defences in place today are already under serious pressure and are not being maintained. The storm and foul sewers clearly can't cope during periods of heavy rainfall. I am asking you today respectfully to recognise that this site cannot be considered for safe housing. Historical information and photographic evidence available alone must cast doubt on the accuracy and reliability of the assessment. Due to the issues I have raised, reference the 2011 PFRA and the second cycle review, I request an independent review is carried out on both documents. And just reference to what the young lady said about the land flooding because of rainstorms. In 2010, there was a major incident of flooding caused by the thawing of the snow. And that is I've posted photographs for you to see. There's quite a few more photographs. It's not just rain it affects, and it's quite numerous times. There's a lot more historic evidence that I've pointed out there. There's a lot more historic evidence which you have in my representation. So that, basically that's all I've got to say, and thank you very much for your time and taking serious and very real concerns to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, McBride. Can I now invite Councillor Kilgore, if anything further you wish to add to what either Mr Green or new points that Mr Green or Mr McBride haven't covered?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think that's both of them are a very hard act to follow. So if we look at the assessment carried out by LUC, it reports at 5.26 a large proportion of the Fellgate and Hedworth area contains green infrastructure corridors, which cover most of the area in particular. Just over half of the site options are expected to have significant negative effects due to the proximity of these corridors. So that...
Sorry, Councillor Kilgore, can you, LUC have done a number of documents for the council. You over to just...
I will.
Give me a heads up on which one.
Yeah. It's the Sustainability Appraisal Report. Sorry, sir. Essentially, what I'm trying to note is that, as I think Mr McBride mentioned as well, is that the loss of any green infrastructure there will just heighten the level of flood risk. But just to say that as a lay person, and I mean that most genuinely, I looked up the very basic maps for flooding, and it came up, they were blue shaded, so most of which were blue along the water courses, and a lot of it was dark blue, which refers to greater risk. So it is absolutely not at level 1 as we would expect. And also from that very same map that I keep referring to, so on the site opportunities that was produced by Laverick, there aren't any attenuation measures recorded on there at all, and I just would love to know if they would expect the SUDs that we currently have to manage a development of at least 1,200 homes. Thank you.
Mr Alderslade, and then I'll come to the site promoters and then back to the council.
Beg your pardon. Just as a carrying on, as has been explained about the level of flooding that has been experienced, regardless of what the council say it has, it shows the problems that exist on the site. And I'd just like to reiterate what I asked earlier. I believe it's within your powers to request a thorough flood investigation before any planning if it's removed from the green belt, before any planning application be submitted, let alone granted. Because as I've said, it is possible, as I understand in certain circumstances, for planning application to be put in, and then they'll say outline planning be granted on condition that these SUDS tests, etc., are carried out. But if they then get carried out, because when outline planning is granted, that means the landlord can then serve me notice to quit. But if the outline planning is then granted on submission of the flood risk, and the flood risks then says it's not viable, or it's not economically viable, or there's going to be problems with the site, I have then been served my notice to quit, and the development then might not go ahead, but I have then lost my tenancy. If you follow my gist and where I'm coming from.
I do, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I've made a note of that at the earlier, and another reminder for my notes there again,
Thank you.
Mr. Alderslade. Okay, I'm going to invite the site promoters to come back on this issue of flood risk, and I think it comes to the council. I probably think I'm going to be leaving this room. I don't think there's going to be any agreement. I think on this side of the room, you know, quite clear the flood risk is such that, you know, you don't think the site should be developed. But I'm now going to hear from those who might take a different view. Is it Mr. Morton first?
Thank you, sir. So just to put to bed this issue of what flood zone the site's in, I'm looking at the Environment Agency's flood map. I think as you've picked up, sir, the site is in flood zone 1. Just going back to Mr. Green's photographs, it's helpful that he's pinpointed where the photographs are taken from. All of those photographs are in the flood zone, so in flood zone 2 and 3. So whilst I appreciate this side of the room won't like what I'm saying, that is functional floodplain, and that is the land doing what it's designed to do, which is to catch water and stop damage to properties. And on that note, NWL have confirmed to us that since the Fellgate flood alleviation scheme was completed, there has been no flooding, which is defined by damage to property, since that scheme was completed. Mr. McBride referred to various flooding incidents, and I jotted down 2005, 2012, 2014, and obviously, sir, that was before the Fellgate flood alleviation scheme was completed. And just to reiterate, since it was completed, there have been no further records of flooding recorded by NWL. Just to turn to surface water, Mr. Winship can come in after me, but my view is policy SP8 does include provisions to provide a surface water mitigation strategy, and when we come to put a planning application in, we'll be held to account by the LFA and NWL, and we'll need to make sure that discharge into the burns is at greenfield runoff rates with an allowance for climate change and urban creep. So we won't make discharge to those burns any worse than existing. In fact, and Mr. Winship can come in on this, some betterment. So my view is the policy sound and the wording in there is sound.
Thank you. Before I hear from Mr. Winship, Mr. Morton, one of the themes that issues that comes through from local kind of community representations is concern about what's going to happen to the existing mitigation scheme that you referred to, which I think is next to Durham Drive. I think, will it be retained? I see the policy itself, policy SP8, refers to protecting existing sustainable drainage systems. I take that to mean the council very much had this in mind, but they might want to confirm, clarify that's the case. But there is a concern that development in this area could lead to the loss of that existing mitigation scheme. I appreciate we're not looking at a detailed design or layout at this moment in time, but perhaps you could talk to that as well. Thank you.
Well, thanks, sir. The existing mitigation scheme, NWL have already confirmed that we can't touch that. So any development would have to be outside of those parameters because it does what it does. So I think the policy is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. So we're going to leave it where it is. A couple of points on, and you actually picked up, drainage, when you manage drainage properly, can actually be better than it currently is. Currently the drainage on the site is unmanaged, it's unfocused, it goes wherever it goes to. But once we develop the site, we will be required to, under the North East Lead Local Flood Authority SUDS guidance, we'll have to look at where that drainage is going to, we'll have to mimic as close as possible those drainage paths. We will then have to reduce those flows to not only greenfield runoff, which is the lowest form of runoff from the site, but actually the first 5 millimetres of rainfall on that site has to stay on the site. And again, not all of the areas on the site will be impermeable. There'll be driveways that will be impermeable, there'll be parking areas that will be impermeable. They will all form part of the SUD strategy for the site. And actually, it's generally accepted, and I think you commented again, sites that are developed with a proper drainage strategy actually give betterment to all of the areas around them in terms of drainage and surface water management. There's another couple of points about the play park area being contaminated with, well, I understand from NWL that there was a lot of cross-contamination connections because it's a separate system of drainage in that area. So there shouldn't be any foul drainage appearing in the surface water system. It's likely as a result of bad drainage practice carried out by locals, i.e. builders who've made wrong connections to systems. NWL have a policy of patrolling those areas and checking to make sure that there isn't any issues like that. So that shouldn't really be a huge problem. There isn't much else really in that list.
Thank you. Ms Hogg, please.
Yeah, I don't think I've got much to add because I think the person over there has just relayed some of what I was going to say. But just to pick up on Mr McBride's comments about the preliminary flood risk assessment, obviously we were aware of the flooding incident in 2012. I've worked here at the council since 2012, so it wasn't omitted from that report because of we didn't know about it. It was omitted because there was very specific guidance that we were asked to report in our addendum. So it was to look at clusters, and it was significant flood risk because then that gets reported to the European Union. So just to pick up that it wasn't an omission, it was, and as well in between those two reports, you'll note the dates 2011 and 2017, there was no longer any significant flood risk to Fellgate because in between we'd done the development scheme in conjunction with Northumbrian Water. So obviously we'd mitigated the surface water flood risk. And just to make my colleague aware, so the surface water flood scheme is actually in conjunction with Northumbrian Water and South Tyneside Council. So obviously, you know, we as lead local flood authority would apply restrictions and obviously protect the existing asset of the flood scheme. So that, you know, we would seek that the sustainable urban drainage scheme on the site doesn't impact on that flood scheme. Our team worked really hard to get those protection measures for the residents of Fellgate, and there's no way we will do anything to compromise those existing assets. So certainly, you know, as already identified within this, you know, the documentation that's been presented is that the strategic flood risk assessment obviously requires that they would need to undertake a flood risk assessment. As part of that, they would have to consider off-site flood risk as well, which is obviously, you know, we will provide all the information that we have on the scheme so that thorough process can be undertaken, and whatever that flood risk assessment identifies, you know, they will developer would have to incorporate into their sustainable urban drainage scheme. But as colleagues already said, you know, the first 5 mil we would expect to be retained on site. So, you know, there will be sort of that amount already that would be of benefit. I think just the only thing to add would be just obviously phase 1 of there was 2 phases of the Fellgate flood alleviation scheme. It was done in conjunction with Northumbrian Water. There was significant drainage improvements done on the estate. Obviously the detention basins were designed to intercept the drainage ditches, but also farmland runoff. But obviously there was also a phase 2 that was carried out within the estate, and the
the features that the Fellgate community now have, you know, are in line with, you know, what you would see on a new development. So essentially what's happened is the surface water drainage on that estate has been retrofitted to bring them up to standard, you know, and it's something that's a real success, I would say, given that we've not seen any flooding in the last 10 years. Thanks.
Thank you for that. I think as I sort of tried to indicate earlier, I don't think there's going to be agreement on this. I think there's different views on flood risk. I'm keen to move on to kind of other items of the agenda, but is there any new points on flood risk that haven't been aired to date? So can I start in an order? So Councillor Kilgore, Mr Green, Mr McBride.
Thank you, sir. Just two quick questions. What else will be negated as a result of the cost of the flood defence scheme that will need to be incorporated? And a question from a resident: why risk developing this site when there are sites in the plan where there is no or significantly less risk than this one? Thank you.
Mr Green, please.
And then nobody's mentioned the culverts that actually run under the estates, and also the parcel of land in question where they're going to develop is actually on the Follingsby floodplain. It comes from the other side, the Whitemere Pool, and it comes onto the estate. And the pictures that were actually Mr Morton referred to were downstream from where the building site would be. All the surface water was coming downstream into the burns at the bottom, which was severe surface water. And, you know, the residents of Fellgate feel that, you know, in order to push the plan through, the council are trying to disguise the actual facts. I mentioned this last week, between 23 and 24, there was 17 gully cleans carried out on the entire estate. As the plan was trying to be pushed through by the council, now bear in mind it got rejected on 2 occasions. One of the primary reasons was flooding, not just on Fellgate, all the way downstream. When we were trying to push the plan through between 24 and 25, the gully cleans were 805 times. I've got that on an FAI, that's actual. So, you know, they were trying to disguise it to show that there was no flood risk on Fellgate, but that to me, that's the only explanation I can come up with as to why they did so many gully cleans. Oh, and they were actually carrying some out in 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. You know,
I've got that in one of your appendices, Mr Green. Yeah, so I understand why you've provided that data. Mr McBride, was a note?
No, I think it's been covered. I was just one thing about the 2011 report. You know, I was so honest to tell you they haven't done a very good job, but they're still using it. It hasn't been revised. Now, I would have expected that you would revise something as bad as that. If you're going to tell somebody that, yes, we've produced something here, it's not very good, but in 2017 we'll have to review everything, you would have revised that report and you would have identified. We have identified what we've, before recording, we've now created a new system. The 5.3 about how they define significant. They still haven't given you any information of how they've defined significant. That's one of the main things they use to not have to introduce the DEFRA criteria of X number 200 people affected by flooding. So if they don't identify significant correctly, they don't identify it as a significant flood risk, they don't have to fetch the DEFRA information in. We have 175 homes affected on Fellgate Estate. 200 people in the DEFRA assessment, it becomes a harmful assessment. It becomes significant, but they're not identifying that. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
I do, thank you. Yes, yeah.
But that's, to be honest, I'd love to see the council, when they make statements like that, is to review and give us fresh documents, not old documents. The 2011 document is still live. There's nothing in it to mention the adornment. It's just the original document from 2011. You go to it, you don't know there's an adornment unless you go on the computer and you find the adornment. Very poor work producing documents, the council, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Okay, I'm going to draw a line there on flood risk. I'm going to move on to the next item. Thank you for those who've contributed specifically on that point. I'm going to deal with item 9, then we're going to take a brief mid-afternoon adjournment and then hopefully conclude the Fellgate discussion before 5 o'clock. So part of the requirement for the site is to provide a local centre and a primary school. This was my MIQ 517. And just briefly understand from the council the justification for seeking a local centre and a primary school at this location. Mr. Clifford.
Thank you, sir. The provision of a local centre acting as a community hub for social and community infrastructure is viewed by the council as fundamental to the creation of a new sustainable community. The policy sets out this will include opportunities for health provision, retail facilities and a new primary school. Opportunities for health provision will meet the needs of residents within the existing community, where there is currently limited healthcare provision as well as new residents. The policy also requires local retail facilities, which will add to the sense of the centre being a hub for the community. Regarding school places, the assessment in the infrastructure delivery plan clearly shows there is a need for a new primary school. So the key overall point is this is an opportunity to create a new sustainable community, and that the local centre with local facilities will be within walking distance of residents, and that's integral to the vision. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can just check with those representing the site promoters, I've read the statement of common ground. I don't think it's necessarily a soundness point or concern about these kind of these requirements being put on the site. I mean, I raised on my agenda, I think just a thought process really, and it goes back to what we were discussing earlier. I think the phrase internalisation was used, but in terms of the benefits of providing facilities on site, yes, there is a cost, but there may be benefits in terms of reduced costs for off-site highway works if they can be successful and encourage people to kind of stay in the area. But as I say, I don't think I've read much from everything that there's dispute or dissent that if this development goes ahead, it needs to provide these sort of services and facilities. Okay. Thank you, and I have the infrastructure delivery plan on that. Okay, we're coming up to 3:30, so I'm going to take a mid-afternoon adjournment. I'd like to be back at 20 to 4. We'll pick up biodiversity, which is the last point of this part of the agenda, and then we'll come into the final stretch where we're looking at site delivery and the council's proposed approach in relation to supplementary planning documents, just how a planning application, etc. will work around that. So if you could be back here, please, for 20 to 4 for item 10 on the agenda. Thank you. Okay, it's 20 to 4, so it's time for me to resume these hearing sessions, please. We're on to item 10 of the agenda, the last part of this particular wider sort of group of issues. I'm looking at biodiversity and ecological considerations. I raised the issue at my Masters in Issues question 518 in terms of whether the policy itself provides an effective framework for dealing with or the impacts arising on biodiversity and ecological connectivity, whether that's part of this policy or whether we need to have in mind other policies of the plan as well. Obviously, there are various representations to me. I've heard already this today about some of the factors relating to the environment at this location. If I could just start with the council, please, and just understanding the sort of the environmental baseline. Are there any local wildlife sites, triple SIs, anything at this location that the plan needs to respond to? And then going forward, what the opportunities are to kind of proactively plan for biodiversity and ecological networks at this location, please.
Okay, thank you. So firstly, I'd like to sort of draw your attention to map 3 that was provided with the council response to the MIQ question. So this map sets out the allocation itself and also identifies relevant local ecological considerations within the area. You'll be able to see on that map that the site is within close proximity to local wildlife sites. There is a local wildlife site that runs to the eastern boundary of the site along the Calf Close burn, and then also there's a local wildlife site to the northwest corner which does fall within the allocation boundary but obviously does not form part of the proposed built area of development itself. In the site frameworks paper, that area is clearly identified as being retained for open space. And those areas, the local wildlife site includes ponds on that area. As well as those, the site is also covered by wildlife corridors. These wildlife corridors are informed by the Wildlife Corridor Review, which was taken out in 2020. The Appendix B of that document provides maps that show that the wildlife corridors are informed by 250-metre buffers around the existing watercourses on the site. Page 61 of the Wildlife Corridor study states that proposals for development within wildlife corridors must be accompanied by appropriate mitigation in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy set out in the MPPF. The last sentence of that paragraph states that the development in less constrained areas, which includes the buffer zone areas, can contribute to the enhancement of the network in terms of mitigation. And this has helped inform the local plan policy, so particularly with SP8, I'd reference criterion 5.8, which sets out the policy considerations for the proposed allocation, and also references other local plan policies relevant in the natural environment, particularly policy 34. And that's also supported in the supporting text in paragraph 5.34 as well. So yeah, I think the policy itself does provide adequate mitigation in terms of ecological considerations on the site.
Thank you for that, Mrs. Lamb. And just I'm minded of some of the points that were raised last week. I think there was a view that in allocating or proposing to allocate Fellgate for development, it was going into one of the kind of more environmentally sensitive areas because of wildlife corridors. When we look at the wildlife corridor assessment reports, I mean, how widespread are wildlife corridors as a result of that assessment across the borough?
Like I say, Appendix B of the Wildlife Corridor report does show the extent of the wildlife corridors, and they are quite extensive across South Tyneside. So they provide a buffer, like I say, around watercourses, but also around what we call core and stepping stone sites as well across the borough.
Thank you. If I can turn to others who are on my left, please, in terms of whether the kind of natural environment, biodiversity here provides a strong reason for removing this plan removing this site from the plan. Councillor Kilgore, first, please.
Thank you, sir. I think, you know, it is in the wildlife corridor. There isn't any doubt around that. What I don't understand is why the ponds, etc., have been excluded from the green belt in the plan if they're going to be left and as open space. The damage that would be caused to those alone with development is unthinkable. It's also not in the ownership of the applicant in any event, so I'm not sure if you're aware as to whether that land is available or not to remove that from the green belt. In fact, there are two separate landowners. I just think generally there is a raft of evidence that my colleagues will speak to in order to indicate that this is irreplaceable. That there is no question. The workings of the IAMP and the stretch and the pressure caused by IAMP development has obviously caused migration onto our area of Greenbelt, and that can't be mitigated in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alderslade next, please.
Opinion request document there last night, and it states in there that they intend doing the ecological surveys, but my take on the wording of the that report is that they don't expect to find anything. I'd like to know how they come to that conclusion.
Sorry, Mr. Alderslade, I'm going to have to... we've got to be careful not to kind of merge what's happening in terms of preliminary steps regarding a planning,
Okay.
and it's what's in the plan, and is the principle of this site
right
unacceptable because the impact on wildlife and biodiversity would be too great. I think it's
okay. So as I mentioned earlier about all the wildlife that is on there that I've personally seen, and I think a lot of that is a result of the work that we've been doing in the regenerative agriculture farming system on the land. I think that's all I'm going to say, because I might get wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I recall from that list earlier, Mr. Alderslade, I mean, that, if I recall correctly, they're mainly bird species that you'd listed there previously.
Loads and loads of birds, newts, voles, birds. I'll go through it. Hare, roe deer, skylark, lapwing, little owl, tawny owl, short-eared owl, cuckoo, curlew, kingfisher, newt, vole, grey partridge, linnet, whitethroat, starling, tree sparrow, house sparrow, chaffinch, goldcrest, wren, dunnock, and that's just some. I've got more than that. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Green, please, next. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a porridge in the pantry.
Don't I put the partridge down?
Yeah, there's actually birds of prey on there as well. You've got common buzzards. There's birds of prey on the site as well that are constantly seen in the spring and throughout the summer. And all I can, why this area was chosen, again, I'm going back into it. I know it's divided into parcels, but the wildlife within those parcels cannot distinguish between, the parcels. It's there. And the Fellgate Greenbelt, it's an oasis, it's a biodiverse natural habitat, which is so essential to the local community. And it's surrounded by three major roads, the A19, the A194 and the A184. And it cannot be replaced, no matter the biodiverse net gain, they cannot replace it. And yeah, they might put it somewhere else, but it's the last bit of greenbelt in that area.
Thank you. There's been various references to the the water that's adjacent to the lakeside in. As you see on the council's mapping, that's a local wildlife site. I think it's within the allocation, or the centre of the allocation. I take Councillor Kilgore's point about why should that be, or that area be removed on its own in terms of the green belt. But I think from what I've heard today, I think I'd give either Mr Morton or the council to just reconfirm this. This is not an area that's proposed for development or necessary to achieve what's required of this site in terms of the number of new homes.
That's correct, sir.
Agenda just picking up. Sorry, Mr Green. Yep.
Just very quickly, over the road from the Fellgate Greenbelt, where they're building Monkton Gardens, there is a Monkton Marsh, which used to have a massive amount of wildlife on it. I mean, we put pictures on not so long ago, and there's next to nothing on it now, because we can only assume it's because of the building work that's been going on, the vibration, and it's just chased it all off. The nature reserve that's actually on Fellgate, this would be we feel that this is going to create exactly the same effect, and it'll decimate the area. The birds will flow, the birds will fly, the wildlife will go. It'll just destroy it.
Thank you. Picking up a point from Mr Green a moment ago, was I think he's questioning the deliverability of biodiversity net gain. Obviously, this would be a requirement. Involves understanding the baseline in terms of what's there and securing improvement on that. In terms of the potential and the ability to do that, in principle at this stage, I appreciate it needs to be informed by a lot more evidence, but from the landowner's perspective, you're able to comment at this stage the practicalities around delivering biodiversity net gain?
Yes, I would just refer back to the plan that you had earlier, Appendix 2 for the Statement of Common Ground. Again, I made this point earlier, but sort of the additional land in the same ownership and control of the site promoters. So I think one thing we do have is land. So you're right, we would need to do further work around biodiversity net gain, but there's land in the immediate vicinity of the development area which is available for that purpose, sir.
Thank you. Is there any, before I come back to Mr Green, opportunity to the council and to the landowners, is there any further evidence or material you think I should, particularly that's in the examination library in relation to the natural environment, that I need to have regard to in addition to the wildlife corridor assessment report? Presumably it's one of the objectives looked at as part of sustainability appraisal. Is there anything else specifically for this site?
No, I think those evidence documents generally cover the information that we have that have helped inform the plan progress for this site. I think just in terms of BNG, it's also worth mentioning sort of the area that we've talked about outside of the development boundary as well, and sort of the wider compensatory improvements. And also just referring to policy 35 that we have in the local plan as well, which is about delivering biodiversity net gain. Obviously, we would want to promote on-site BNG delivery, always in the first instance, but that policy also sets out a hierarchy, a locational hierarchy within South Tyneside of where we would expect off-site BNG to be delivered as well. And point 2A of that policy identifies that as the first sort of option for off-site, BNG we would be looking at that to be delivered within the strategic nature recovery network within South Tyneside, and that's clarified within the support and text to reference the wildlife corridor network within South Tyneside. So I think it's worth pointing out as well back to map 3 that the wildlife corridors do extend down into the area identified for compensatory improvements, and also the areas of high and very high greenbelt harm as well. So again, we would expect that BNG to be sort of located within those areas should that be required to be off-site.
Thank you. Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, just to clarify, pardon me, what Mr. Morton says. So I'm assuming, well, I know F1, F2, F3 and F4 are in the green belt. So they're part of the natural habitat within the green belt. So the 10% net gain, I hope this makes sense, sorry, I've been trying to get my head around myself, is going on the same green belt that you're going to be taking it from. Does that make sense? So it's all green belt, so that they're going to make it 10% better than it was before they built on it, on the same green belt. Does that make sense?
I understand.
It's all the one green belt. So
there's probably some further detail on this, but I mean, biodiversity net gain can be delivered in a variety of ways. There are various things that generate particular credits. So things like hedgerows can be a particularly positive factor for biodiversity net gain. But as I think the point was put to Mr. Moore, and I don't know if at this stage whether there's anything further you can add on what's potentially a detailed matter of implementation.
I think that's it. There is more work to be done, and it's you know, it's for the detailed stage.
Councillor Kilgore.
Thanks, sir. I think the area that is looking to be developed with regards to biodiversity net gain would extend the taking of the green belt from 56 hectares to 76 or something around that figure for that to be used. That's kind of the mapping that I've seen. At a cost of what? And with regards to credits, we're not interested in anything like that. We're looking at retention of what we have now and betterment of what we have now that we can provide as a community. The baseline will be high, and I don't like the idea of taking another element, which I think Mr. Green was talking about, out of the green belt to then mitigate it with BNG net gain. However, come to the planning stage, it could well look to have taken that 76 hectares out and then decide that they're going to apply for credits. So that is not acceptable at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton.
Just to be clear, we're not talking about taking land for BNG and compensatory provision out of the green belt.
Very briefly.
Yeah, so I'm not quite clear then where that's going to be achieved on site, because the map that I keep referring to actually identifies a much wider element of green belt other than FE2. So that there is an area that has been designated for further wildlife and green development as a buffer to potentially the next development. So it's actually in the plan that I'm not allowed to refer to, but it is actually there.
Okay, if it's a plan you're not allowed to refer to, it's probably not a plan that's before me. I've obviously got map 9, that's the inset map for the wider compensatory area that the council's put forward. So I'm going to probably draw it there, and we'll move on. I understand from the local community, you've got your evidence in relation to the biodiversity, ecological impact, so we'll reflect on that. And obviously got the council's evidence as well. It's obviously one of those things you just can't see in one site visit or one day, so I'm going to largely be relying on existing published material. Thank you. I'm now going to move on to part C of the agenda. This is around really sort of site delivery. Again, I want to be sort of focusing primarily on what's in the local plan, but I've envisaged some overlap with potentially sort of ongoing events. But what I want to know from the examination this afternoon is whether, and it's point 11 of my agenda, obviously this is a site they've found sound, and looking at policy SP8 is to deliver a number of, will be required to deliver a number of things. Approximately 1,200 homes. There are other land use requirements. We mentioned the local centre, primary school, green infrastructure, transport infrastructure. There are obviously features on the site, sustainable drainage. I note there's a pylon line that cuts across part of the site that will affect how it can come forward. Taking all these factors into consideration, is there sufficient evidence at this stage? And I've obviously got document HOWL 1, which is the kind of site opportunities capacity document, to kind of give confidence in plan making that everything the council's seeking can be achieved and sustainable development secured on this site. Is it Ms Cooper first?
Yeah, so I know you've just pointed to how one there, the site capacity and opportunities paper. So on page 19, that identifies an approximate net developable area of 35 hectares, and that takes into account space for road infrastructure, community infrastructure, SUDS provision, the power line offset, and green infrastructure. As we've touched on quite a bit today, the council envisages that some greenbelt compatible requirements can take place outside of the red line boundary, which takes the burden off the sort of on-site requirement. Given the scale of the site, it's appropriate for a range of densities to be delivered so that the site can deliver a mix of house types and tenures. However, an average density of 35 dwellings per hectare would achieve 1,200 dwellings.
Thank you. When you refer there to power line offset, is that just areas you can't develop because they'll be too close to the infrastructure?
Yeah, so the site capacity and opportunities paper allows for an easement of 40 metres, so that's underneath the power lines, and then 40 metres either side, I think that is.
Thank you. And I note the policy is worded approximately 1,200 homes. I think that's consistent kind of phraseology within the plan itself. So there's some potential flexibility there. If I turn to the landowners next, and then I'll come to local community, as mentioned, Mr Morton, possibly Ms Hampson as well. Various requirements of this site, just from looking at it from a market deliverability perspective. Can all of this be achieved within the site that's identified at FE2 and secure sustainable development as the outcome?
Yes, I'm happy to kick off from the landowner promoter side. So Ms Cooper's referred to the table, the land use budget, I call it, on page 19 of HOW 1. Again, I think this is one where the theory is absolutely fine. So that land use budget does kick out at the end a net developable residential area of 35 dwellings per hectare. And again, as Ms Cooper said, at an average density of 35 dwellings a hectare, that does give 1,200 houses, and that's consistent with the density study. So I think the theory's fine. I'm not sure the pylon offset is 80 metres in total. I think it is 40 in total. I suppose our concern is more at the planning application stage, the practical issues with achieving that 35 dwellings a hectare. The net developable area of 35 dwellings, and that's bearing in mind if anything above that in the table increases, that puts a squeeze on that 35 net residential hectares of development. So I think we're generally fine now. It's more with an eye to the planning application stage, and if anything puts a squeeze on that 35 hectares, that's going to mean either increased densities outside of the density study, or less than 1,200 houses. And I kind of go back to the point I raised earlier in the examination around the fragility of the plan in terms of it meeting the minimum housing need and no contingency, safeguarded land, that sort of thing. So I know you're looking for a black and white answer. Do we think the plan's sound? It's more a concern for another day, really, at the planning application stage, that 1,200 houses comes under threat at the planning application stage.
So obviously mentioned a moment ago, I mean, the policy wording is approximately 1,200 homes, so there's some flexibility there. Just to understand your position, Mr. Morton, if you're saying, if we're looking at the land supply and the plan needs 1,200 houses from this location, is it a case that the site boundary potentially needs to flex to provide that capacity? Is that what you're suggesting might be needed for soundness?
Not necessarily, sir. It's more I know it's a difficult one because I'm maybe flip-flopping a little bit, but it's more a concern that the plan does need 1,200 houses from this site, and yes, I accept approximately means it could be higher, but it could also mean it's lower. And if all the sites were lower than the approximately figure, then it's not meeting the minimum housing requirement. I think we're generally happy with it from my client's point of view. It's just a concern that we've got that when we get to the planning application stage, that 35 hectares becomes eroded.
Can I just ask of the council and the site promoters, I mean, in this location and greenfield development, is 35 dwellings per hectare onerous or particularly create particular issues in terms of character?
For a start, it's an average. So some parts of the site will have much higher densities than others. And there's ways of managing that density across the site to produce the number. At this stage, we can't be specific. It's impossible. So approximate is an appropriate use of language in the policy, and that flexibility exists on site. And it's a site that is big enough, actually, to accommodate any changes or tweaks in layout to achieve the densities to give rise to that number.
Thank you. Ms Hampson, is there anything further you wish to add to what Mr Morton said from your client's perspective, or has he covered everything?
No, he's covered everything. We're largely happy with the boundary as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Kilgore first, please.
Thank you, sir. I remain unconvinced that there won't be a flex request outside of the current boundary, and I think we've kind of heard that given on the depiction of where the densities are, that may well occur, and the shape of that stretch, if you like, may change. I would just like to know, what I've not had an answer to today at all is when these compensatory matters are coming into play with regards to a school, a GP practice, a shopping centre, etc., what does that mean for the affordable housing? Does it mean a significant reduction? Because I think it must. What does it mean for the affordable element? 60% rented affordable and 40% affordable to purchase. I've not heard any of that with regards to any mitigation at all. But what sorry.
We're going to deal with that item 13. I think there is somebody in the room who's going to assist with headline viability, so we will come back to that.
Okay, sir, and the other thing is as well, there is an intention to develop a primary school on the site. We do have a primary school on Fellgate that is not at capacity, so I would expect that that would be researched first. However, I do have further information that was issued to schools, and then a further document issued without the annex on, which indicates a need for 2 forms at 2 additional schools in that vicinity. Given that there's been the likelihood of the provision of the primary school, what happens at secondary level? Because we can't assume residents moving on to that new development will just require primary education. And as we all know, there is a huge demand for GPs and GP access. There may well be an offer of providing a GP structure of a surgery. Where are you going to get the GP from? Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, without repeating, I think what we discussed earlier, I mean, the council's evidence is this site needs to provide a primary school. I'll have to track back through the evidence, but there might be a trigger point that reflects using existing capacity, and then a new school would be needed. I'm not surprised on a site of 1,200 new homes, a new primary school would arise from that. I think Mr. Clifford referred to within the local centre, provision of healthcare facilities, so that's factored into the policy. And we'll be looking at infrastructure delivery plan and infrastructure requirements more generally, including secondary school provision as part of stage 2, so I will come back to it as part of that. Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, just about, what's built when, because there's a lot of Section 106s, funding for infrastructure, flooding schemes, the school, the road infrastructure, the medical centre, the shop. But there's a lot of developers pull out of Section 106s later on, so they build, so say for example, I think it's a trigger point, is that the right word? Where they build a certain amount of houses and then they've got to build the medical centre and then they've got to, is that the correct terminology? Because there's an awful lot in there, and obviously the developers are in it for profit. So what will they knock on the head because they're not making the proper profit margins? Will they not build the school? Will they not build the road infrastructure, the medical centre, etc.?
Well, we're going to look at viability in headline times at item 13, so we'll come on to that. Mr. Alderslade, please.
The large area that was going to be restricted for housing because of the overhead power cables. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a map published this week where you diverted the cables underground to create more room for housing. Am I correct? I saw it last night.
I don't think there was a council document.
Well, it was online last night, sorry.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily before me. Are there any further points people wish to make on sort of broad site capacity? I think we've kind of covered that ground. So I just wanted to touch upon item 12, planning terminology trajectory. So when are the homes likely to be built? And I want to sort of just understand, so from the council's perspective for this site, and it's in the policy, you're looking to produce a separate supplementary planning document, and that will fulfil the master planning sort of functional role. So a master plan will be prepared and adopted by the council as part of that supplementary planning document. Is that the council's intention?
Yes, that's correct. So when we were preparing went into consultation with the Regulation 19 local plan, that was the intention, that we would produce an SPD to support that, and we consulted on the Scotland report for that SPD at the same time as undertaking the Regulation 19 consultation as well.
And it would be a consequence of that process, if I read policy SP8 correctly, at part 3 of the policy, effectively you would not be seeking to approve anything on the Fellgate Sustainable Growth Area until that supplementary planning document and the master plan had been approved.
That's correct, and we may need to revisit the wording of the policy in order to provide greater control at development management stage in terms of the phasing and delivery of development as well. So, but that's something which can be done. So that would ensure the timely delivery of infrastructure to support the development.
Thank you. Can I just be clear from the council? I'm sure others around the table want to know. So is that something the council's kind of thinking about as this examination kind of moves forward, Mr. Shadowraven?
Yes, as I understand it, it's work that is currently. So sorry.
Yes, that's correct. So we're not starting from a blank slate on this. The work has been progressing on producing the master plan since the Regulation 19 consultation. Obviously, because of what's happened with the plan, and there's been subsequently delays on that, so that has meant we've had to stop working to some extent on that piece of work. But there is a draft document that is being worked up, so we feel that you know, the production of an SPD isn't as far off as what could be expected if we hadn't been doing that work in the background.
So as a test of memory back to day one and what's in the local development scheme, you obviously updated that in March 2025. I appreciate that mainly focuses on development plan documents. Shamefully, I can't remember, but does it contain a programme for the SPD?
No, the LDS doesn't contain a programme for the SPD, obviously, because it is very much dependent on what happens through this process. The Scoping report document did provide an indicative timescale for the SPD, but obviously that was obviously intrinsically linked with the LDS at that time, where we were looking at having a draft SPD for summer 2024, which would have coincided with submission of the local plan document should those timescales have been progressed. And then the idea was basically to have a finalised document which is ready for the plan being adopted.
Hold those thoughts, we'll come back to the council shortly, but can I turn to Mr. Morton? Yeah, very much fronting up the development interest today, but can I take it from obviously the recent statement of common ground, but just your representations more generally? I think quite clear you want to move forward subject to the outcome of this process, and it's a concern that the supplementary planning document process would take time. Perhaps talk to those concerns, but also what I want to understand is potentially what might need to change to the policy, whether anything needs to change to the policy, whether it's as fundamental as possibly removing parts 2 and 3 of policy SP8, which is to produce a master plan through an SPD and then to ensure that development adheres to that SPD. I mean, is your position as far as this is a site that doesn't need an SPD?
Thank you, sir. I think, as the council have said, there is a lot of master planning work already taken place. Our clients well aware of the council's requirements and aspirations for the site, which we believe we can deliver. I think our concern stems from any potential delay. You know, we've been promoting this site for 8 years. We have started preliminary work on a planning application. Perhaps the some of the points we'll hear shortly is around leading. We want to get on with this. We're very familiar with the site and its master planning requirements. And, you know, it's that concern that we go into a further layer of process following the plan adoption, which just puts the brakes on this development.
Thank you. I mean, if I put it to the council, I mean, in terms of the role and purpose of the supplementary planning document, is obviously to provide some further detail and ultimately a master plan that you want the development to come forward in accordance with. Just being devil's advocate and thinking about alternative approaches, is there sufficient I mean, policy SP8 is a strategic policy. It's comprehensive. It's not one of the shorter policies in the plan. Is there sufficient at this stage to add some further content into policy SP8, possibly by cross-reference to a concept framework diagram that would still require a sequence of a master plan to be approved, either as part of an initial application or before an initial application? Or is there really, no, we need the stepping stone of a supplementary planning document to get us to that that point of, you know, the framework for determining an application. It's a bit on the hoof, but I mean, I don't know if the council wants to go away and reflect.
Well, I'm going to just reply to that through my own experience of these things, and no doubt our joint experience of these things, and the ways in which major allocations are dealt with. So I'm speaking without instructions, so I'm not going to be proposing anything without instructions in relation to this. This is one way of dealing with it, and it's a sensible way of dealing with it. There's no reason to suppose that it's going to have an impact on the ability of the developer to get on site early and commence in accordance with the trajectory, because that work is being undertaken now. And as I understand it, it's intended that it be ready at the time of adoption. So, but there are other ways of dealing with it. Whether you call it supplementary planning document or something else of a non-statutory nature, there has to be something which identifies, at least in broad terms, where the disposition of development and the timing of development, i.e. its phasing, we need to understand how it's going to work, not least because it's important to understand what impact it's going to have on the surrounding highway network. And we need to know at what point in time essential facilities like healthcare facilities, school, etc., are going to be provided to support the population. So it's often a requirement of the developer through the policy to provide a phasing and implementation plan which identifies the point at which particular infrastructure is going to be provided, and that provides a structure also for Section 106 obligations to be agreed, where there is either a need for contributions or a positive requirement on the developer to do something at a particular point in time, which a condition couldn't do on its own. So there are many ways of dealing with it, but essentially it cannot all be left to the developer. There has to be some kind of structure.
Thank you. I'll look at the, remind myself in terms of the scoping report for the SPD. I may need as a further action point, just outside of this room, ask the council to give me a little bit more on the likely time frame for the supplementary planning document. I'm wondering if the resource for that document is also sitting in the staff who will do it is also involved in this examination. So we need to be kind of realistic around that. From Mr. Morton, from your perspective, I mean, we'll come on to this shortly, this is a site that's anticipated to deliver, based on the Statement of Common Ground, potentially within the first 5 years of plan adoption. Does that not in itself provide an incentive to the council that if they delay or don't, you know, progress the supplementary planning document sufficiently, yeah, that could create issues for them more widely in terms of a plan-led system?
I think it should. But I think we need to remind ourselves that we're sitting here today because the Secretary of State's had to intervene. My concern is an added layer of, I'll call it plan making, an SPD that needs to be agreed by the council, poses a risk. My view is, I agree with you, your suggestion at least, sir, on a concept framework in the local plan, and then a planning application can include a master plan. Obviously, when we get to the planning application stage, phasing and trigger points will be worked through in detail, and that is within the control of the local authority. So it's not purely developer driven. The council can apply checks and balances at the planning application stage. But it's a keenness to get on and develop, sir.
Thank you. And if the evidence is emerging through this examination that kind of can support, I think what I've heard from Mr. Shadaravian, some potential additional policy content around phasing and sequencing, which kind of could be not necessarily from a negative perspective, that there might be more, particularly around highways, there might be a more positive scenario than the evidence currently exists. I'm currently open and receptive to that. I've not seen the detail, but in principle, does that?
Well, it's something we can discuss. I'm so sorry, I keep forgetting. That's something we can discuss in advance of part 2. And we can also look at recent policies approved or found sound by inspectors elsewhere in relation to major allocations, to see how they work. I'm not suggesting they be brought before you for assessment, but it's something we can consider.
Thank you. Just on a more general point, sorry, before I go there, Councillor Kilgore.
Yes, so sorry, I think I'm not clear what I'm picking up here, but there's obviously an application process that cannot be preempted, should I say. So I would not like any manner of this being dealt with by diverting from that. It has to come before members. Thank you.
Indeed, and if there are any proposed main modifications, obviously go through a process and ultimately need to be consulted on in due course. So there are those checks and balances in the system. And I think if there's anything that's deemed, you know, substantive that needs to be worked on further between now and potential stage 2 hearings, as indicated at the start of this session, and reiterate, I'll give a view as to when that would need to be kind of widened out for others to comment on, so that when we come back to stage 2, people are not in the dark. They can see what additional work has been done and what the potential ramifications could be for policy wording before we come back into this room and potentially discuss it. Were I to go down the path of thinking no supplementary planning document is the correct approach, it's the right vehicle for developing the master plan for this site to give the council the necessary control. The way the policy is worded at the moment at part 3 requires that an application adheres to the supplementary planning document, and then we've got further content around the design code and the design of development being in accordance with the design code principles in the supplementary planning document. I think as you referred to a moment ago, Mr. Shadowravian, it's not a statutory document. I'd be looking for wording around having regard to or having clear regard to. So that's something I would be looking at for a main modification. Councillor Kilgore, is this a further point? Is that from earlier? Just a moment. That's from a moment ago. That's it. That's fine. Thank you. In terms of the trajectory and the likely development time frame, this is set out in the Statement of Common Ground, but I don't think it deviates from what was previously in the Strategic Housing Land Availability. And as I mentioned a moment ago, first development is anticipated to be completed in 2030-2031, which, assuming this plan was adopted at some point in 2026, means this is a site that's likely is anticipated to contribute to deliverable supply within 5 years. So I think we do need to have a debate this afternoon about the realism and likelihood of that in broad terms. We'll come on to the overall housing trajectory in stage 2 about how it all fits together. But just in terms of what's proposed for this site and the scale of development, is that time frame realistic when we factor in all the kind of component parts? I hope, Mr. Seabury, this is speaking to some of your representations on behalf, or the representations for banks, in terms of the realism of that, and if it isn't realistic, what that could potentially mean in terms of other sources of supply contributing to delivering housing need.
Thank you, sir. So, apologies, I thought you were going to go to the council first. It's quite surprising to see a Greenbelt release for a strategic allocation potentially delivering houses within the first 5 years, but potentially not, right on the cusp, if plan adoption is 2026. So that trajectory, 5 years, the largest site in allocated might not deliver any houses, might be at a plan review and nothing's come out of the ground. So we acknowledge the time frame required to deliver sites of this scale, and we've heard today a lot about indicative and risk regarding infrastructure delivery, costings, viability. So a site of this scale we would expect to take 5 years plus to see houses being delivered on. As we move forward through the trajectory, we hit in 2033, 2034, 150 dwellings per annum. That continues for a 6-year period. In the northeast, we're struggling to think of a site that's delivered consistently 100 dwellings per year, let alone 150 dwellings per year. That's a significant contribution to the land supply for that 6-year period. Appreciate there'll be multiple house builders, potentially multiple developers, but we just haven't seen that. We don't have evidence of that being delivered in the northeast. All those factors lead us to believe that this site will deliver housing beyond the plan period, beyond 2040. In those first 5 years of the plan, that places significant pressure on the other housing allocations and the delivery of those sites, some of which are not necessarily controlled by developers at this point in time. So taking all those things into consideration and kind of alluding back to question 3 from earlier, the logic of a single large strategic site, we do feel there's a need for more additional sites. There does need to be that release valve within this plan.
Thank you. If I can hear from others, I'll come back to the council, but obviously part of their information and intelligence through the SLAR process will come from kind of site promoters. So I think the charge, again, I'm looking at Mr. Morton, is you're being very optimistic about when first delivery could take place at this site. And then secondly, double optimism that once you're up and running, you can sustain 150 dwellings for a concerted period. So just understand the realism of from sitting here now, plan potentially being adopted next year, to, I mean, it's completion, so it's you know, obviously the construction phase has got to start a lot earlier.
Thank you, sir. As has been picked up today, we have started work, or preliminary work on a planning application, which the intention is that would be for 1,200 houses across the allocated site. So we've got a full consultant team appointed. You've picked up that we've submitted an EIA scoping opinion request from the council. So the wheels are turning in haste on preparing that application with a view to submitting that as soon as the process allows. So and you've got my submissions on that regarding the SPD. So we're confident that we can get a planning application in. That's what we're working towards. That obviously needs to be determined and approved. Appreciate that. In terms of the second charge, if you like, so that 150 houses per year is based upon 3 outlets, each delivering 50 houses a year. In terms of my client, we've got strong developer interest in this site. South Tynesyde's an area of pent-up house builder demand to build and a shortage of housing. We've had expressions of interest from Barrett David Wilson, Bellway, Miller Homes, all keen to be part of this site's delivery. Just going to my colleague's comment about there being no precedent for that level of house building or that rate of house building in the North East. I would strongly disagree with that, sir. I made reference in our hearing statement of footnote 2 to a couple of comparable sites in the North East. So West Park Garden Village in Darlington is an allocation, greenfield, edge of settlement for 1,200 houses. In its first year, in 2020-21, that site delivered 21 houses. And then its second year, it delivered 155. And then in its third year, it delivered 193. So well in excess of what's been put forward for this site. And if there is any delay on commencement, those levels of house building could soon catch up. I've referenced another one at Hemleton Grange in Middlesbrough. Again, an allocated greenfield site, edge of settlement, for 1,230 houses. That site is owned by Taylor Wimpey and Persimmon, so it's in the ownership of 2 builders. So there's only 2 builders on that site. But in the last 3 years, 2 builders have averaged 118 dwellings per annum, so just short of 60 each. So I don't think 150 houses once the site's up and running. I think that is justified, and I think it is realistic. Just to quickly mention another site in Darlington, Skirningham Garden Village. Darlington's local plan was adopted in 2022. 2 years later, there are planning applications in for 1,500 houses. And I think I'm right in saying Banks have got an application in for 600. So, they're able to move quickly on that site and put planning applications in.
Thank you. I've also been at pains today to kind of separate the planning application process from the local plan, Mr. Morton. In terms of a planning application, are you able to advise me today whether it would be an outline, or is it like to be a hybrid? Is it for the whole sites? Is it for part of the sites?
So as we've said in our hearing statement and statement of common ground, we're working with the church commissioners towards agreement of a promotion agreement. So the intention is to submit a single application for the full 1,200. It may be hybrid. We may include infrastructure up front. It may include a detailed phase 1 with a house builder. That isn't, it's probably too early for me to confirm that, sir, but certainly options that we're looking at to accelerate housing delivery on the site.
Thank you. Ms Hampson next, please.
I just wanted to add, obviously echoing Mr Morton's comments, but also to add that the Church Commissioners is one of the largest landowners within England. We have significant experience in delivering sites of this scale and indeed much larger. We're here today just to add that confidence that we know what we're doing. We wouldn't be here if we weren't. So we're confident that we've got enough interest and develop appetite to bring forward this site within the time frame set out.
Thank you. We'll give Mr Seabury an opportunity to respond. Obviously, bank's been mentioned in other locations, but anything you want to particularly pick up or bring to my attention, please, Mr Seabury.
Thank you, sir. In terms of the examples provided, I don't think they're comparable to this scheme. In terms of West Park was a scheme that was commenced 30 years ago. The existing local centre, all the infrastructure facilities were in place. Essentially, an extension to that scheme has delivered housing. So there's a couple of examples provided we don't think are particularly comparable to a site which is required to deliver all this infrastructure, which is not in place and is essentially a new settlement in a sense. In terms of Darlington, that is an interesting example in terms of we've promoted that our site, our interest at Skirningham for over a decade now. The local plan was adopted, a supplementary planning document followed, and applications are still pending. Applications that were submitted prior to the adoption of the plan to demonstrate commitment to delivery and certainty, and they are still pending consideration today. No houses have been built at that site. So that is a useful example of a site of this kind of scale and the issues and complexities of delivering housing.
Thank you. Mr Green, and then I'll come to the council.
Yeah, you took the words right out of your mouth. Yeah, Mr Morton's gave lots of examples of, house builds here, house builds there, but they haven't got the complex issues, which is what I think you were just going on over there, that this situation has got. And what I'm getting the gist of this is that if it is given the go-ahead, there's going to be a mad rush to get everything done without the relevant infrastructure in place. And in relation to the church having plenty of experience and plenty of land, you've got plenty of land that you could build elsewhere which haven't got this complex issues. So yeah, do it. And as for types of housing, there is a need for housing in this area, but not this type of housing. This is executive housing, and it's not needed in the area. You've had multiple builds of executive housing within this area, and I've got a solution. Just pull SP8 from the local plan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. If I'm reflecting on all of this, I arrive in my own mind that I'm concerned about the delivery time frame, and I thought, well, maybe it needs to go back by about a year. Obviously, I would share that with the council with some reasoning post these hearings. But if I was to go down that mindset, obviously that's going to affect potentially deliverable supply, but could also have ramifications for the overall trajectory in terms of where things are profiled. Now, this is a site that's envisaged to kind of start relatively slowly at about 50 a year and then kind of ramp up. If I felt I wasn't sufficiently confident that delivery could start within the next sort of 4 years from plan adoption, needed to be pushed back by, say, a year or 2 years. Is there any kind of prospect that this is a site that could kind of make up that ground, or is it, as Mr Banks Mr Seabury for Banks is inviting me, that that would have a consequence of kind of pushing the site beyond the planned period? Ms Cooper.
I suppose just from the council's perspective, the reason why we built in that sort of slow build-up was to account for any sort of slippage and, like you say, then a sort of quicker build-up to the higher numbers of delivery.
Anything further, Mr Morton?
I think it's probably just to reiterate what I've said. I've flagged examples of sites that have delivered more than 150. So when this site's up and running, it could make some catch up if that's needed, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, there's also the question of product, what's being built, and the nature of the housing that's being built, and the number of developers who are on site. So there must be some flexibility there as well, which could encourage earlier delivery.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to item 13, headline viability. I think some people have been very patiently waiting for this item. It's the final matter, I think, for this afternoon, and I would like to conclude it this afternoon, so if we run slightly over 5 o'clock, bear with me, but we'll see how we go. It was picking up my MIQ 521. We will have a wider session on wider plan viability as part of stage 2 hearings, but various submissions have been put to me over various hearing sessions that this plan isn't deliverable, this site will not be viable, burdens on it are likely to be too great in terms of various costs, and then potentially the likely kind of sales or revenue values. Appreciate the council has, as part of its plan-wide viability, then got a series of appendices that have then looked at in headline terms of sites that are key to the plan. Are they viable? I think Mr Newham, you are responsible for that, or you've authored that work. I don't know if in response to my MIQ 521, MIQ 5 is in my paperwork this afternoon. It's gone, but I think it was in follow-up to my MIQ 521, just the headline, what the headline sort of viability evidence is telling us about this site and its kind of robustness, whether there is kind of headroom, flexibility, were any of the kind of costs likely to go north from what's currently envisaged. So give you an opportunity to talk to your work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to everyone. And just for the benefit, as I'm a new speaker, I'm David Newham from CP Viability, and I've been doing the viability studies on behalf of the council for the local plan, and that includes testing the Fellgate site. So in terms of the headline, I'll run through very quickly. I know it's late in the afternoon, I don't want to get stuck into too many numbers. But in terms of what's been tested in the viability modelling, we've adopted 1,200 units. So there's a reference to approximately 1,200 has been discussed, but just to be clear, we have modelled 1,200. The other thing I just want to be clear on, because it is in my report, and I'm sure you've picked it up, is the density that's been tested in the viability model is 37.5 dwellings per net hectare, not the 35 dwellings that's been discussed earlier. So I just wanted to be clear on that point. We also factored in 25% on-site affordable housing. Just for context, the test or the model was prepared back in October 2023, and at that point in time, there was a mandatory requirement for first homes. So the two tenures of affordable dwellings factored into the model are affordable rented units and first homes. Affordable rented units, we've got 60% of the overall affordable housing provision is affordable rent. The remaining 40% are first homes. And the remaining 900 dwellings are market value. And the mix of those dwellings, it's not intended to be executive houses, as just been suggested. It's intended to be, in my eyes, mid-range housing products that you typically expect from a volume house builder. So we've got a fairly high proportion of 2-bed terraces, for example, 270 units. We've got 273-bed semis. We've got 274-bed detached, so we've tried to be fairly even. And we've also got 90 bungalows factored in as well, so there is the element of single-storey product. We came up with what we consider to be appropriate market values for that point in time, and that built in an element of placemaking. And placemaking reflects the fact that I think the comment was made earlier about this is a new market, as it were. It creates its own market, and because of that, it has its own value attributable to the houses. So we've been through a process of trying to come up with a reasonable figure for those market values. So we've come up with our assessment, and just, sorry, going back a step for those who aren't familiar with how we test these assessments, we do what's called a residual appraisal, and that involves coming up with the value of the 1,200 houses when they're fully built and sold, and then from there we knock off all the development costs, and that leaves what's called a residual land value. The residual land value is then compared to something called the benchmark land value, and if it's above the benchmark land value, that's the residual land value, sorry for all these phrases, the scheme is deemed to be viable. The residual land value falls below the benchmark, then it's deemed to be unviable. So we did our modelling. We had 25% on-site affordable. We had biodiversity net gain allowance of £1.6 million, which was equivalent to £30,000 per hectare. We had a sustainable urban drainage system allowance, so SUDS, another 1.6 million. So that's a cost factored into the model, which was also 30,000 per hectare. We had allowance for highways at 6.4 million, which was equivalent to 200,000 per hectare. So we've tried to build in a lot of the things that have been discussed today in detail. We've hopefully tried to reflect in the model. We've also got a separate allowance for open space, a separate allowance for what we've called transport, which is other outside of the highways requirements, and also an education contribution of £6 million in there, which we think covers this requirement for the primary school. So on all of those headlines, in terms of the outcome, our model comes back with a viable position with 25% affordable housing and Section 106 contributions that are equivalent to £9,690 per dwelling. But just to stress, so that covers, the Section 106 covers open space, transport, education, and then also accessibility and adaptability standards. That's been lumped in together. So that's M42 and M43 of the building regs. So hopefully that gives an overview of the approach. In terms of the flexibility, the short answer is yes, absolutely, there's flexibility in there. There has to be when we're doing local plan testing. We're trying to stress test these things, so we're not pushing this to the edge of viability. We're trying to have a sensible allowance with a buffer. So, for example, some of the examples of the buffer in there's a contingency for the developer of nearly £5 million, so that gives them a little bit of comfort in terms of the build costs. We've made allowances for changes to the building regulations from 2023, so that's parts L and F. So there's a separate cost factored in for that. I think the profit, I mean, other people around the room may disagree with me, but I think my developer profit is generous. I've gone for 20% on revenue for the market value dwellings, and the planning practice guidance viability talks about a range of 15 to 20% on revenue. So I've gone at the very end of that range. So if you run the model with a lower profit, just to be clear, that makes it more viable. So I pushed the profit to stress test it, as I've said. And I also think I've been quite generous on this benchmark land value concept. So what the planning practice guidance talks about is that there has to be a relationship between benchmark land value and abnormal costs, infrastructure costs. The general principle being, as your abnormal and infrastructure costs go up, your benchmark land value should come down and vice versa. I think my land value, which is 18.66 million, my own view is that's on the high side, and that could be subject to reduction if someone was really looking at this in detail. So hopefully that gives an overview.
Thank you. You listed a number of things there, Mr. Newham, in terms of what you factored in and kind of future-proofing what's potentially going to add costs to this development. Was biodiversity net gain one of the things you've kind of made a line for, an allowance for?
Yes, so there is there's an explicit cost of 1.6 million for biodiversity net gain. At the time, it was based on a figure of 30,000 per hectare. Biodiversity net gain in October 2023 was still a kind of new concept, so there was less known about the potential costs. That followed a model that was used by Leeds City Council in an assessment they'd done, which had gone to an inspector. So there is a figure in there. I think the other thing just to stress as well is, in terms of the area of land that's been factored into the model, I've got a gross to net area of 60%. So in theory, there can be some of that land used for on-site delivery of biodiversity net gain, at least in terms of the viability modelling.
Thank you. And in these kind of appraisal exercises, I mean, as you say, the benchmark land value can be critical, and it can be interesting to arrive at. Obviously, there's a kind of a balance to be struck between kind of expectations and what people might want to see from an area that could have some development potential, versus everything, as you say, what might be required of this site and potential kind of impacts around sort of abnormals. You say your approach to kind of benchmark land value has been sort of on the more, would you say, on the more sort of cautious side? You haven't sort of cut the cloth kind of too tight. I appreciate it's a difficult area to kind of arrive at.
I can speak frankly. I think I've been downright kind. I think if I was to argue on a viability for a planning application stage, I think there's room for that benchmark land value to come down. And sorry to talk going into old money, because it's I know we talk about per hectare, but as a per acre figure for the landowner, this is £145,000 per acre, which is 350 grand per hectare, and that's gross. So that's for not just the space that's being built on. That's all the the fields that are being retained, perhaps for biodiversity net gain or whatever it may be. I think that's very generous, if I'm honest.
And you might have been in the room earlier, Mr. Newham. People to my left from representing the community have a concern. Things are going to get squeezed, and various policy requirements, when push comes to shove at an application stage, will just drop because the viability will dictate that. But from your sort of professional opinion and everything that you've kind of looked at, I mean, I appreciate that there's not an application before us, but when looking at the plan and everything that the plan requires of this site, I mean, how reasonable is that, or what assurance does your work provide that the site can deliver the various policy requirements that have been identified of it?
I think from my professional background, it provides comfort that this can provide the full planning policy provision. As I say, I haven't pushed this to the nth degree. I've tried to build in buffer allowances into the model to allow for changes in costs in the future, whether that's abnormal costs, whether it's the primary school cost, what have you. So I think my own view is that this is going to be a scheme, if it comes forward, that can certainly deliver the full planning policy contributions based on this modelling. And I'd just leave on that note that I mentioned there about this balance between abnormal costs and benchmark land value. It's a really, really important principle for viability, because what it's essentially saying is that if there are extra abnormal costs on that land that were unforeseen, it shouldn't be down to the local authority to pick up the tab, as it were, through a loss in planning policy. The burden should fall on the landowner, initially at least, to cover those initial costs, because those development costs will always be needed to build the site and extract the capital from the development. So that's a really important thing to have in your mind, I'd say.
Thank you. I mentioned earlier, obviously people have doubts about the viability and what will be delivered on this site. Having heard sort of Mr. Newham's overview of his work, Councillor Kilgore, are you still of that view opinion that there are risks here?
Yes, I do. It won't be any surprise to you. I think, Mr. Newham, if I've missed it, I apologise. I would like further information with regards to the infrastructure, because you weren't here this morning, and we heard that the infrastructure around the access into the site from the A194 was going to be potentially fully funded, and then there was some kind of dissent from that and some confusion around which element would be met by the developer or external funding. The affordable rented at 60% and the affordable to buy at 40%. I know it's looking at detail, sir, but this is very, very important to us. So what proportion of what style of home are we looking at with regards to those affordable percentages? And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but I didn't hear mention of the GP surgery or the shopping facility there either being accommodated by funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we pick up some of these points as we go along? So, Mr. Newham, please.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, just to clarify on the local centre, and thanks for picking up on that. From a model point of view, it's always assumed that this is not going to make any revenue in the scheme. It's going to be cost neutral. So it doesn't change the viability outcome. So there's no value to delivering the local centre. It's not going to make any money against the cost of providing that local centre, if you see what I mean, for the model. So okay, to try and explain it another way, let's say it costs £1 million to build the local centre. What we're saying is that it won't get more than £1 million in terms of revenue, so it's cost neutral in the development. Yeah. In terms of the mix of the affordable houses, for the affordable rent, there's 180 affordable rented dwellings factored into the model. We've got 60 of those as 2-bed terraces, 60 as 3-bed semis, and then the remaining 60 is split between detached and bungalows. So we've tried to favour 2- and 3-bed dwellings for the purposes of the model. On the first homes, there's 120 dwellings in total from the first homes. 40 are 2-bed terraces, 40 are 3-bed semis, and 40 are 4-bed detached. So it's an even split. And then in terms of the highways costs, there is a figure in the model of 6.4 million, 200,000 per hectare, which is an explicit cost, which has been factored in to try and to mitigate issues such as the access. So there is an explicit cost in there to try and cover that.
Thanks, sir. I'm not sure that would cover the elements that we discussed this morning, but that's on a different strand. Thank you.
Yeah, just coming there, I'm just looking at the infrastructure delivery plan, and I mean, you say the 6.4 million you've anticipated for roads. The Whitemere Pool Junction is down as a Section 106 external funding. There's no guarantee of the external funding. That's 40 million. The Whitemere Pool Junction interim improvements, S106 external funding, which might not be available. That's to be confirmed. There's additional ones as you go down. There's massive amounts to do with different aspects of road. And to me, I mean, I don't know the planning terms for it, but that's 50. There's £1 million for Million roundabout, so that's 50 million. There's money for there's an unknown cost to the little buffer slither of land that's available that needs to be purchased at Whitemere Pool. That's additional. So all in all, that comes to 51,250,000. So where does the 6.4 million come from?
I don't know if you were here for that part of the discussion, Mr. Newham. I think, I mean, in fairness to Mr. Green, I think you're referring to some of the sort of headline total scheme costs. I think, as we've been discussing today, as part of the evidence, that may be a very different figure, subject to ongoing discussion with National Highways in terms of phasing and timing. In terms of the costs and allowances you've made, Mr. Newham, has that been provided by the council? And then you mentioned earlier there's kind of contingency factors kind of built into this, plus I'm calling it overall kind of headroom or buffer in addition to that.
Two points from me. I think Mrs. Lamb's going to then come in. So just to be clear about where the 6.4 million, that wasn't a figure that was dictated to me by the council. When I do these viability assessments, I have to make assumptions, you know, particularly when it's a high level situation like this. So the figure that was adopted was 200,000 per hectare. Let me just double check whether that was net or gross. It's per net developable hectare, hence 6.4 million. So it's an assumption. The other thing, just to be very clear on, which is what I was getting at earlier, if that 6.4 million happens to end up being £8 million, for example, or £10 million, then what the viability guidance says is that the benchmark land value has to come down, because that is an abnormal stroke site-specific infrastructure cost. So it mitigates that cost. So you've got the buffer there, and that's what I was talking about in terms of the land value being quite generous, and there's an element of flex there.
Yeah, it's just to sort of reiterate the point in terms of the highways infrastructure and what was discussed earlier in terms of the various mitigation options which are being considered and set out in the Whitemare Pool threshold testing report. So 6.4 million would make a significant contribution towards some of the other schemes that were identified in that report, which are costed around £7 to £10 million.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
They've lost me there, because to me, you know, if they may be liable for £40 million. Now what happened with the local estate, the Maples, was that affordable housing was promised under Section 106, and it ended up a classroom in the local school, because it then says it had bitten into their profit margins, which I'm assuming if it was to go up to 40 million, the land value would come down. Was that correct? That's what you were saying. Surely that would bite into the profits. Surely that would then take away the affordable housing aspect, which is exactly what happened to the Maples. They've got a stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And as I say, the affordable housing went and it ended up a classroom.
Okay. Well, I'm not familiar with that other site. I mean, the general principle through national planning policy is to set policy requirements in a local plan that are, you know, in general terms, going to be affordable, deliverable, and the starting point is to work from that when planning applications come in. So the question for us, I think, today is this plan setting an appropriate and right level of kind of policy requirements that in broad terms are going to be affordable and deliverable to the development. And the assumption will be, if the plan's adopted with the requirements in, that will be the starting point when looking at individual schemes. On that point, and just thinking about where we are this afternoon, I'm mindful from the sort of land promoter statement of common ground. I think in headline terms, Mr. Morton, you're not saying this site is terrible double negatives. It's not viable, but you think, you know, some of the viability assumptions you would potentially question. I don't know if that's for today's session or whether it comes more into just when we look at general viability later on at part of stage 2.
Yes, I think it's, you know, rare if ever that all the assumptions used between the councils and the developers' viability appraisal are exactly the same. But what our position is, that the council's position is the scheme's viable. We've done our own viability that shows it's viable. It's viable.
Before I draw a conclusion on the day, Mr. Green.
Yeah, I kind of see how we can make that assumption. And with what's been discussed this morning in relation to infrastructure, it's such a complex issue. I cannot understand how you can still see it is a viable aspect, because the costs could go, it could be an HS2 that could up and up and up and no longer be viable.
Thank you. Councillor Kildare.
So I would agree with that. I think there appears nowhere near the amount of monies put aside, that 6.4 million. And I think we talked, and I know you said, sir, that you were going to look at this in stage 2 with regards to secondary school provision as well. So there are significant provisions that, in my opinion, from what I've heard, have not been factored in and can only there cause further risk, and then we would be expected to further mitigate down with regards to the affordable housing. That isn't negotiable. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I've heard the council's evidence. I don't know, Mr. Newham, there's anything further you want to add than what's you've already provided this afternoon. That's again another matter area for me to kind of reflect on and make a judgment on. Before I bring today's session to a conclusion on site SP8, are there any further or final points people wish to make that they don't feel that you've made already under what's been a very wide ranging agenda, a number of matters? No, thank you. In which case, I'm going to draw today's session to a conclusion. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. To those who made contributions earlier, we reconvene back here tomorrow morning. I think it's a 10 o'clock start, and we're on to site GA2 in Bolden. So I'll see some of you again tomorrow morning for that session. Thank you.